Good evening, everyone. Good evening. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us this evening, for those who are here in person, as well as those who might be streaming online. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. The interpreters for tonight are Consuelo Nodan and Yvette Perez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. And as we go into this moment of silence, we know that we have a lot happening within our country, in our city, in our state. We know our country continues to mourn and grieve with those in Minneapolis, for the folks that were lost at the hands of immigration enforcement agents. We know that the two folks there were not the first that were lost. There are other Black and brown folks who have sadly met the untimely death at the hands of immigration enforcement officials. Ever since the notification of who won our presidential election last year, we know there's been increased fear across our communities, fear of unjust persecution, fear of targeting, fear of kidnapping, fear of death. And those fears are becoming something that we live with every day. Many of those fears aren't new, but we know we're still navigating them as a community. And we know those fears are felt here in Durham. We're grateful for so many of the advocates and family, community members, and neighbors that are looking out for each other. And we also hold space and silence for this moment. I ask that as we get ready to go into this moment of silence, that we consider that our liberation is bound together and that the success of one is success of all. So as you think about this moment, consider what you might do to contribute to making sure that we see the world that we want to live in, the world collectively that we must organize for, strategize, grieve, and fight, the world for our work as school board members that we want to see our students grow and live and thrive in. So I'll take us to our moment of silence now. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cooper.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, DPS colleagues, and members of the Durham community. Welcome to our January celebrations. Celebrations allow us to pause, to recognize what grounds us and inspires us, our students and our educators. Celebrations remind us that progress is built one student, one classroom, and one inspiring moment at a time. These recognitions reflect not only individual achievement, but the collective commitment that defines Durham Public Schools. We will begin our celebrations with our Students of the Month, followed by our Teacher of the Month and Employee of the Month. At this time, please welcome Principal Lamont Dixon from Durham School of Technology to present our first Student of the Month. Principal Dixon.
Great evening, board and guests. Thank you all for, let me get the mic adjusted just a little bit. I think there's somewhat of a disparity between Sheen and myself, so we're going to work through that. But nonetheless, thank you all for, again, allowing me to be here today. It is truly an honor to be here this evening to present yet another outstanding Durham School of Technology scholar. At DST, we deeply value our students and the remarkable contributions they make to our school and the community, their families, and themselves. Recently, Durham School of Technology was named one of only 2 DPS schools nationally recognized as a top magnet school of excellence. A distinction we are incredibly proud of, and one that reflects our daily commitment to every scholar who walks in through those doors every day. We are intentional in creating a nurturing, safe, and empowering environment where our students can truly flourish. The young man that I present to you this evening exemplifies that environment. Mr. Benjamin Allen has been an exceptional steward of our school culture. He currently maintains a 3.5 GPA, has never met an EOC that he didn't like, and is known affectionately as the 4-5 man. His ACT reading scores place him in the top 10% nationally, an impressive accomplishment. Benjamin is a remarkable blend of wit, charisma, integrity, and character. The sky is truly the limit for this young man, and it has been an honor to partner with both him and his mother to ensure he is well prepared for the next endeavor. Members of the DPS board, it is my privilege to present to you all Mr. Benjamin Allen.
Oh, wait. Okay, okay. Had to make sure the mic. Okay, now we're good. Okay. Good evening, everybody, members of the board, guests, people in the desks. I don't know what you're. Sorry. As Mr. Dixon explained earlier, my name is Benjamin Allen, and I am truthfully really honored to be recognized as your DPS Student of the Month. Um, I'm gonna like answer some questions. Anyway, a person who's had the biggest impact on me in my development and not only as a student but as a person is my mom. Raise your hand, mama. Hi, mom. Um, she's always been my biggest supporter. She's always been my number one, and she's always pushed me to work hard, stay focused, and believe in myself, even when I didn't always believe in me. Her support and guidance mean everything to me, and I wouldn't be where I am without her. After graduation, I hopefully plan to attend North Carolina A&T State University, Aggie Pride, where I'm excited to continue my education and grow both academically and personally, pursuing my hopeful dreams of becoming a game director and eventually a philanthropist. Um, what motivates me most is the desire to keep improving and to make the people who support me proud, along with everybody that I do things with. I want to make everybody happy, you know? I'm motivated by the goals and by the idea that hard work now will open doors for me in the future. And that has definitely shown in that classroom. Good Lord. A very big success that I'm very proud of holding is having Royal Court at Durham School of Technology for the first time in its history. It was a big responsibility of planning it all and getting everything squared away and setting up that Spirit Week and and raising all that money. That was our biggest fundraiser ever, by the way. Just saying. Just saying. Another a challenge that I faced during that whole thing was leading a club for the first time. In organizing Royal Court as the president of my school's student government association, it was it was something. I'd never have been in a leadership role like that before, and it's genuinely made me grow so much as a person, as a leader, and as a servant, really. Um, and I also want to say how grateful I am for my school. They've it's kind of become my home away from home in a way, even though I'm about to leave, but that don't matter. um, it's I've always felt so close to them, you know, and as much as it hurts me, I'm gonna say I'm gonna miss that school. um, but they have really nurtured me. You know, you need water and good dirt and fertilizer to make a plant grow, and I think I've grown pretty well. Um, but yeah, I think my biggest accomplishment so far is my personal growth through everybody that I've met, through all the hardships and struggles and trips and stumbles and accomplishments like this one I've made along the way. So thank you all. Thank you to my teachers. Thank you to Mr. Dixon for that spectacular introduction. I don't know about all that though. Um, Family and friends for their continued support, and thank you for this recognition.
Come on back, Benjamin. We have a few things for you. And thank you again for those inspiring words. It is evident why you are the student of the month for Durham School of Technology. So we want to celebrate you in a major way tonight. First of all, you get a Student of the Month certificate. You also get a Spark pin for exemplifying our district's core beliefs, and we hope that you wear it proudly around DST and around the Durham community. And if you happen to go to the school in Greensboro, we hope you wear it there too. Our friends from Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are powered for success when you go to Greensboro or beyond, so they are presenting you with a laptop this evening. Yeah. And we're not done. I would like to invite Terry David and Cheryl Walfall Flagg to the podium. They represent an organization called Families and Community Rising, and they are donating a very generous $250 gift card to you because they are our partners, and they are dedicated to ensuring that students and families have the healthy starts that they need to thrive. Because when our young people are supported from the very beginning, their potential is limitless, and we've heard about how far you can go tonight. So thank you so much. Congratulations, Benjamin. We are so proud of you. Go do great things. I have the distinct honor to present our next student of the month on behalf of Dr. Joshua Mallory, principal of Hillside High School. Please welcome Jules Trotman. Jules Trotman already understands that life is unpredictable, so she's driven, and she also gives herself grace. Her family motivates her, and she credits her grandmother for inspiring her. Jules says, my grandmother has always left a lasting impact on my life as she has been my #1 supporter. No matter what I wanted to do, she would always be there to support me, whether it was through a phone call, congratulating me, words of encouragement, or simply giving me a hug for a good job. She was always by my side and will never forget that. Her plans after graduation are to attend college, possibly Spelman, to study psychology to become either a child psychologist or a family and marriage therapist. She notes, however, that she doesn't just set goals for herself because life is unpredictable. So she works hard to achieve the things that she wants. Jules considers one of her greatest successes thus far getting accepted to Spelman College. And she also notes that a challenge is being an exceptional scholar in the International Baccalaureate program at the historic Hillside High School, which has opened doors for her to explore the global world. While she met that challenge head on, and she continues to do so, she also plays hard. Balance, right? She enjoys playing golf with friends, reading books, watching TV, eating, fashion, and playing in makeup. We'll wrap with another one of Jules' quotes. My biggest accomplishment so far has been learning to be okay with being outside of my comfort zone and with trying new things. And that will certainly serve you well as you continue on your journey, Jules. So here's to Jules and to learning how to navigate the life to the fullest. Congratulations, Jules. And we have a few things to celebrate you this evening as well. I know you already heard, but act surprised. You get a Student of this Month certificate. You also receive a Spark pin, and we hope that you wear it as you travel throughout the halls of the historic Hillside High School and beyond the Durham community. Again, our friends at Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are ready for Spelman and beyond, so they are also presenting you with a laptop this evening. And please welcome back Terry David and Cheryl Wallfall Flagg, again with another special presentation, a $250 gift card to carry you wherever you want to go in your future. Congratulations. At this time, please welcome Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, to present our Teachers and Employees of the Month.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, and cabinet members. Tonight, we come together to celebrate our Teachers and Employees of the Month, 4 individuals who consistently go above and beyond in service to our students, schools, and community. Each month, we pause to recognize one teacher and one non-teaching employee who embodies greatness, tenacity, perseverance, and leadership. Honorees are selected based on the theme of the month, and this recognition allows us to shine a light on the incredible people who make Durham Public Schools such a special place. Our employees take great pride in their work, and being acknowledged for their dedication is deeply meaningful. This evening, we are proud to honor our December and January Teachers and Employees of the Month. They will get a goodie bag with a Spark pen, of course, to exemplify DPS core beliefs. Our Teacher of the Month recognition is sponsored by North Carolina Central's tennis team program, the Tall Side chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC. Our Employee of the Month recognition is generously, sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. But due to the weather, our trophy vendor was unable to complete the plaque in time. However, I will personally deliver them to our Employee of the Month recipients once they are completed. So have no fear. Plaques are coming. The theme for December was inclusivity. This recognition honors individuals who ensure that everyone feels welcomed, valued, and respected, no matter who they are or where they come from. These are individuals who help create school and department environments where all people are invited, supported, and treated fairly, regardless of background, race, gender, or beliefs. We will begin recognizing our December Teacher and Employee of the Month, followed by our January Teacher and Employee of the Month. Our December Teacher of the Month is Rory McElroy, 7th grade ESL teacher from Githens Middle School. Come on up. Mr. Elroy is a seventh grade ESL teacher at Githens Middle School, and he truly exemplifies what inclusivity looks like in action. He works with students from a wide range of cultures, language, and belief systems, and consistently ensures, that every student feels welcome and supported in his classroom. Students regularly share that Mr. McElroy's classroom is a safe place where they can learn without fear of judgment. When issues such as bullying or misunderstandings arise, he addresses them promptly and respectfully. He engages students in meaningful conversations about how their world and actions impact others and helps them understand the importance of fairness and empathy. Mr. Elroy fosters an environment where all students are valued, encouraged to be themselves, and empowered to grow. He leads with patience, care, and respect, going above and beyond to ensure every student know they belong at Githens Middle School. For these reasons, Mr. McElroy is a deserving and powerful example of inclusivity for this month's nomination. Congratulations to Mr. Rory McElroy for being named Durham Public Schools December Teacher of the Month. And Coach Lawson will provide some words as well.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent Lewis, board members. Yes. Let's see, this week we had our women's tennis coaching staff to surprise I believe, Mr. McElroy. And then we had the members of Tulsa chapter to do the surprise visit for our January Teacher of the Month. On behalf of DCL Consulting, we'd like to present you with a small token in recognition of your excellent work. Would also like to recognize Principal McCahill also for acknowledging the good work that you've done. Congratulations.
Our December Employee of the Month is Jim Keaton, Director of School Nutrition Services. Jim consistently demonstrates what it means to ensure every individual feels welcomed, valued, and respected. His approach to leadership and collaboration reflects a deep belief that everyone, regardless of background, race, gender, or beliefs, deserves to be heard, supported, and treated with dignity. Mr. Keaton fosters an environment where colleagues feel comfortable bringing their full selves to work. He intentionally includes diverse voices in conversation, actively seeks input from all team members, and consistently models fairness and respect in every interaction. His efforts help cultivate a school and departmental culture where differences are not only accepted, but genuinely embraced. Whether offering guidance, supporting a colleague, or promoting equitable practices in daily operations, Jim's actions continuously reinforce a safe, inclusive, and affirming environment. His commitment to understanding, empathy, and equity truly embodies the spirit of inclusivity. Congratulations to Jim Keaton for being named Durham Public Schools December Employee of the Month. Okay, I'm back. The theme for January is perseverance. This recognition honors an individual who demonstrates continued effort to achieve success despite difficulties, setbacks, or opposition. Perseverance may be shown through overcoming physical, emotion, or academic challenges, or through unwavering commitment during challenging circumstances. Our January Teacher of the Month is Noah Winberry, seventh grade social studies teacher from Brogden Middle School. Mr. Noah Winberry exemplifies perseverance through his unwavering commitment to reflection, growth, and student success. He is one of the most reflective educators I've ever worked with, consistently examining his practice, responding thoughtfully to feedback, and refining his instruction to better meet the needs of his students. Rather than being discouraged by setbacks, Mr. Winberry views challenges as opportunities to learn and improve. His resilience, professionalism, and dedication are evident in his continued efforts to do what is best for learners, even when it requires additional time, effort, or adjustment. His persistence and growth mindset make him truly a deserving recipient of recognition of perseverance. Congratulations to Noah Winberry for being named Durham Public Schools January Teacher of the Month.
As I probably noted earlier, so Mr. Winberry was surprised by the members of Tall Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. As it should be, the organization's one of its cardinal principles just so happens to be perseverance. So it was very coincidental that they were the presenters of the surprise. And speaking of presenting, on behalf of DCL Consulting LLC, would like to present you with a small token for your excellence. Would like to also recognize Principal Smith for acknowledging your excellence. Congratulations.
Right, last one. Our January Employee of the Month is Tamajanique Platts. Did I say that correctly? I've been practicing. Instructional Assistant from Murray Massenburg. Tamajanique Instructional Assistant amplifies perseverance through her unwavering commitment to students and staff. She consistently steps in to meet the needs of her school, subbing for teachers, covering breaks, supporting restorative practice for students with behavior challenges, and filling critical gaps when roles are unstaffed. Regardless of the challenge, Ms. Platts remains dependable, flexible, and focused on doing what is best for students. Her journey as an instructional assistant has deepened her passion for education. She supports all grade levels, leads intervention groups, and plays a key role in restorative practice, often taking additional responsibility without hesitation. Through persistence, resilience, and a willingness to serve wherever she is needed, Ms. Platts continues to make a meaningful impact on her school community. Ms. Platt's dedication and determination in the face of daily challenges truly embody the spirit of perseverance, making her deserving of this recognition. Congratulations to Tamajanique Platts for being named Durham Public Schools January Employee of the Month.
This concludes our celebrations this evening.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper, and to all the folks that we were celebrating this evening. It's wonderful, good news of things happening in Durham Public Schools and highlighting our students. I want to also, before we head to our next item on the agenda, make sure I acknowledge our student representative who is joining us this evening, Matthew, Matthias, Matthias Matthew. I'm sorry, I'm reading and I read it incorrectly. Is joining us from Northern High School. He's 11th grade student. You are the projected valedictorian of the class of 2027 at Northern High School. Awesome. And that is not all. He's got a fan club cheering here in the audience. Also president of the Northern High School student body, student leader for Sustainable Schools Coalition, and the president and founder of Northern High School's Debate Club. He's also alumni of Duke University's Aaron Young Scholars Program that affords young people an opportunity to explore a range of topics that resonate with their personal experiences and community challenges. His social science research project investigated the effects of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, here in the U.S. So thank you. We're so glad that you're here, Matthias. All right, the next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. For that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much, Chair Umstead. Good evening, members of the board, members of our community, our cabinet members as well. First, want to start just by thanking our policy committee. I know there is an item on the agenda for an update, but definitely thank Board Member Carter Arden as well as Dr. Pittman for the work on the policy committee has done this past Thursday. They discussed some revisions to policy 5120, the relationships with law enforcement, including that as a part of that discussion, it included feedback from our superintendent's principal advisory council, the superintendent's student advisory council, cabinet, our sheriff's office, as well as our legal counsel. Although we made a lot of great progress during that meeting, discussions will continue on Monday, which will also include those private zones conversations as well. So I just wanted to highlight that. I know it's, like I said, it's on the agenda tonight as well. So I'm pleased to provide an update tonight on our continued progress in Durham Public Schools. Next slide. January is National School Board Recognition Month, and Durham Public Schools proudly recognizes and thanks our dedicated Board of Education members for their leadership, service, commitment to helping share strong help shape strong public schools and bright futures. Thank you so much to our board members for your support, your time that you give inside the boardroom, outside the boardroom, on phone calls and meetings. Doesn't go unnoticed. And thank you so much for all that you do for our district and for being advocates for public education. Let's give them a hand. Thank you all. Next slide. Heard a little bit of the news earlier tonight, but I'm pleased to announce that 7 of our schools have earned 2026 Merit Awards from the Magnet Schools of America. This national recognition highlights the innovative programs, dedicated educators, and outstanding learning experiences happening all across our district. Next slide. The Top Magnet Schools of Excellence, which is the highest award, is only presented to a select number of schools. And we are pleased to have 2 right here in DPS, and they are City of Medicine Academy and, you already heard, Durham School of Technology. Next slide. Also, congratulations to Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, that's my daughter's school, and Moorhead Montessori for their designation of Schools of Excellence. Next slide. Congratulations also to Lakewood Montessori Middle, Durham School of the Arts, and Hillside High for their designation as Schools of Distinction. So congratulations to all those students, staff, and families. Your hard work and your creativity continue to make Durham Public Schools shine. So congratulations to all of those schools. Next slide. Well, we hosted our winter graduation last week. We celebrated more than 150 graduates, and what I understand, that was probably the most that we've had in quite some time during a winter graduation. These individuals reached this milestone through perseverance and determination. Their success reflects the strength of multiple pathways to graduation and the dedication of our educators, families, and staff who support students every step of the way. We are proud of our graduates and remain committed to ensuring that every student has the opportunity to cross the stage ready for what comes next. Next slide. In January, we hosted our annual Showcase of Schools, welcoming families and community members to explore the full range of programs and opportunities available across Durham Public Schools. The event highlighted our innovative schools, dedicated staff, and diverse pathways designed to meet the needs and interests of every learner, while also reinforcing our commitment to choice, access, and informed decision-making for families. I was so excited to see so many new families at this event, and I'm even more excited to welcome them to the new school year. And I shared this with our principals, but as I was at the entrance holding the door for families to walk in, a young man walked in and, just looking around, he said, all of this? All these people are here for this? Absolutely, they're here for this. And that's something to be proud of in terms of what we're doing here in Durham Public Schools. Next slide. Speaking of diverse options, the application lottery remains open until 5 p.m. tomorrow evening. Families interested in magnet programs and CTE pathways for their students may submit their applications online. You can visit dpsnc.net for more. Again, Friday, January 30th at 5 p.m. is the deadline. If you need support, please do not hesitate to contact our Office of Student Assignment. Next slide. This month, we showcase the extraordinary talent and creativity of our students across the district as North Carolina Central University Art Museum hosted the Durham's Finest Art Show. This annual event celebrates student voice and artistic expression while reinforcing the important role that arts play in inspiring, engaging, and empowering our students. Thank you to our students, our art educators, and DPS Arts Education Department for their work on making this event possible. Next slide. This month, we hosted our annual Durham Public Schools update for the Durham Regional Association of Realtors, providing an overview of district priorities, programmatic offerings, and the strengths of our school. The visit included a tour of the Durham Early College of Health Sciences, where participants saw firsthand how innovative partnerships and career-focused pathways are preparing our students for future success in high-demand health fields. So thank you to our Durham Realtors for their partnership and engagement and support during this visit. Next slide. This month, we officially launched Spark Academy. This is a new initiative designed to strengthen community understanding and engagement with Durham Public Schools. The Academy provides participants with a deeper look at our schools, our priorities, and decision-making processes, building informed advocates and reinforcing shared responsibility of student success across our community. Look forward to introducing our inaugural class at the conclusion of this program. Next slide. Several staff to congratulate. First, beginning with Leah Amos, a social studies teacher at Durham School of the Arts, for being selected as one of 12 PBS Learning Media Teacher Ambassadors for 2026. Ms. Amos is one of the selected group of educators from across the country chosen for this honor. The PBS Learning Media Teacher Ambassador Program recognizes outstanding social studies teachers who bring history, civics, and media literacy to life in the classroom. Ambassadors collaborate with PBS to spotlight innovative teaching practices, share resources, and with other educators, and help shape national conversations about how media can deepen student engagement and important social studies topics. So well done, Ms. Amos. Next slide. Congratulations to Cameron Garrish, Jordan High School Director of Bands, who has been named Central Region Jazz Director of the Year. Mr. Garrish was selected by band directors from 27 counties across North Carolina. This honor recognizes Mr. Garrish's outstanding classroom instruction, leadership in the North Carolina Music Education Association Jazz Section, and deep commitment to mentoring students and advocating for jazz education. Under his direction, student ensembles have excelled on major stages, premiered new commissioned work, earned spots in region and state honor ensembles, and secured college scholarships. Kudos to Mr. Garris. Next slide. There's more. Congratulations to Ron Whalen, our DPS Director of Digital Learning, for being selected by his peers as the North Central Region Technology Director of the Year. Mouthful. This well-deserved honor also names Ron as a finalist for the 2026 North Carolina Technology Director of the Year Award. His leadership, vision, and commitment to advancing digital learning continue to make a meaningful impact for students and educators across the district and beyond. Mr. Whalen will be formally recognized at the annual State Technology Directors Meeting in conjunction with the NC Ties on March 4th, 2026. Congratulations, Ron. Next slide. Durham Public Schools Administrator Dr. Asia Cunningham has been named a national finalist for the Costantino Family Engagement Practitioner Award, recognizing outstanding leadership in strengthening partnerships across schools and families. Congratulations, Dr. Cunningham. Dr. Cunningham was selected for her work for strengthening family and school partnerships, which has contributed to improve engagement and support for students and families in her school. Dr. Cunningham will be honored at the 2026 Family Engagement Symposium. This is a national conference focused on advancing effective family and school partnerships. Next slide. I was honored to join our partners in education, J.B. Buxton, president of Durham Tech Community College, and Vince Price, president of Duke University, and Dr. Carrie Dixon at NCCU's podcast, The Eagle Exchange, for a thoughtful and engaging conversation about education, our partnerships, and community impact in Durham. We are stronger together, and the collaboration among our institution is definitely on display throughout this episode. And the podcast is available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube. So I encourage you to take a listen. Next slide. And then lastly, this is the first time that we've been in person since news media has reported 3 of our administrators being indicted. And so I want to address that publicly here in this boardroom. There are thousands of families across Durham community who place a tremendous amount of trust in us each and every day, not just to educate their children, but most importantly, to keep them safe. Both of those responsibilities are critically important, but our most foundational job is to ensure that our scholars are safe. And so as a first step, we are investigating this matter thoroughly and cooperating fully. While the review is taking place, we're also taking steps to reinforce our expectations and provide guidance and training to support all staff in meeting these responsibilities. This board has already approved and has established policies and procedures that are in place to protect our students in situations like this, and it's important for us to follow them. Our educators and staff are held to high professional and ethical expectations. The work that they do is so incredibly valuable to our students, and I don't want this incident to overshadow all of the good work that is taking place in our schools, many of that you heard of tonight in our schools and our classrooms. We will consider additional measures once the investigation is complete. In the meantime, we will continue to cooperate with the Durham County District Attorney's Office. I just had a meeting a couple of hours ago with the Assistant District Attorney. We will continue working every day to provide our students with a safe and supportive learning environment. I said lastly, but this is lastly here. During inclement weather, we make those final decisions, whether it's to delay or close schools as a team. These decisions are not made by one person or in isolation, and quite frankly, some of the toughest decisions that a leader will ever make. Safety is always the primary concern, and I'll encourage you to take a look at our DPS news section on our homepage. It outlines and shares just how those decisions are made. Also like to thank our DPS operations staff and those crews who travel routes daily to determine whether it is safe to travel. They spread sand and salt in parking lots and on steps and walkways. They winterize our HVAC systems to prevent any type of pipe loss. Our transportation drivers, staff, and leaders who show up every day to ensure that students are safely transported to and from school. Our teachers and employees who show up every day to serve our scholars and pick up where they left off when school is closed or delayed. And to our parents, for your patience, and to our families for understanding the challenges that we face when it comes to inclement weather in the forecast. We are monitoring the winter weather that's slated to come over the weekend, and so please continue to stay tuned to our social media pages and make sure your child's school has up-to-date phone number so that you can receive those calls as well. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for that robust superintendent's update. Appreciate you ending on that slide of We Are DPS, talking about some of the news that has happened in the past week. The board, I want to read a statement also on behalf of the board that acknowledges what is happening. Nothing is more important to us than the safety of our students. And as such, some of the allegations in the indictment of 3 DPS employees are alarming. Any matter concerning the safety of our students demands urgency and full cooperation for everyone involved. We have been working in partnership with you since we became aware of this matter to make sure that and make sure that everything was investigated thoroughly. We promptly convened multiple special meetings and are making sure that investigation is ongoing. We are committed to understanding what has occurred, holding individuals accountable where appropriate. And we appreciate the partnership with you, Dr. Lewis, and support in protecting every student that we serve. You already mentioned we've got robust policies in place, and it's our job to make sure that we reinforce expectations and review internal practices with all of our employees. We have a shared responsibility. It's one of our core values and principles here at Durham Public Schools. And so we have to work to make sure that we ensure the safety of our students to fulfill our mission, igniting the limitless potential of our students. So we know that this news is heavy in our community. We're continuing to do the work that we need to do the investigation, figure out what happened, and improve our practices and procedures moving forward. So thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Umstead. I'd like to add an item to the agenda just before the budget priorities of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education proclamation for National Mentoring Month.
And move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Rogers that we add a proclamation for National Mentoring Month. So we have amended this agenda. That will be our new number 4, and then we'll move everything down 5, 6, 7, 8. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a Board of Education monthly meeting minutes from November 20th, 2025.
Move approval of the meeting minutes, November 20th, 2025.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff and seconded by Ms. Chavez. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. That brings us to our next item on the agenda, which is public comment. First, we're going to do a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, state your name and the name of the organization. Second, our speakers are going to be asked to present their comments within 1 minute. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 30 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. I'm going to call multiple public comment speakers at a time, so if you can line up here at the podium. We have Katie McGonnell, Grayson Walton, and Stephanie Walton. And if I mispronounce your names, please correct me.
Tonight, I use my voice in this platform to stand with a family I have never met, but whose son's death has shaken me to my core. Earlier this week, Michael and Susan Preddy released the following statement. We are heartbroken, but also very angry. Alex was a kind-hearted soul who deeply cared for his family and friends, and also the American veterans for whom he cared for as an ICU nurse in the Minneapolis VA hospital. Alex wanted to make a difference in this world. Unfortunately, he will not be able to do this. He will not be able to see his impact. I do not throw the word hero term around lightly. However, his last thought and act was to protect a woman. The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He has his phone in his right hand and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down while being pepper sprayed. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. Thank you.
My name is Grayson Walton, and I cede my time to Stephanie Walton.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Walton. I have a 5-year-old with developmental disabilities. She completed 2 years of pre-K at DPS schools. She's currently enrolled in a developmental needs kindergarten at Hillendale Elementary. Across 2 years of pre-K, she attended 3 schools. At one of those schools, we removed her after 1 month. My just barely 4-year-old child was suspended from school for behavior related to her disability. Separately, we were notified of her restraint by a substitute teacher with expired CPI training via a document sent home in her book bag. At our current school, after raising serious concerns about one IA's physical handling of my child and the unprofessional way she spoke with me, that IA was simply moved to another classroom within the school. She says hi and waves to me in the afternoon when I walk by her. When I heard about the incident at Eno Valley and the mishandling of that incident, allegedly, I was shocked. I was also unsurprised. At Hillendale, I'm completely isolated from my child's school experience. She cannot tell me much about her school days because of significant verbal delays. I'm not permitted to walk into class for drop-off or for pickup. There are no small class events like a Valentine's party or a Thanksgiving meal. I get inconsistent written communication from the teacher. I don't know anything she does during specials like PE or music. There are no school events geared toward EC families, and the ones that do exist are often too loud, too busy, and inaccessible for children like my daughter. There's no centralized way for the parents in our class to communicate, and it often feels that the school is working very hard to keep us in the dark and keep us disconnected. When EC families are in a situation with no meaningful interaction with the teachers, the classroom, or each other, these are the exact conditions where mistrust and abuse thrive. We need increased level of access, connection, and communication within the EC program community at both the school system level. When you're looking at your policies, I want you to look at vetting for teachers that are hired between Durham Public Schools. It's my understanding there is minimal vetting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walton, we can have, you can talk with our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. King, right here to share some of those concerns. Thank you. We'll have some follow-up. Next, we have Kayla Curran, Fern Hickey, Ellen Holmes.
Hello, my name is Kayla Curran, and I am a K-5 music educator at Lions Farm Elementary, a lead teacher in the district, and a taxpayer in Durham. I am seeking clarification on why Durham Public Schools has completely eliminated sponsoring H-1B visas for international teachers. We have many incredible international teachers in DPS that enrich and positively impact the lives of our students, and we should want to keep these educators in our district. Additionally, one of those amazing international educators was highlighted during Dr. Lewis's superintendent update earlier. I plan to send a follow-up email to the board and look forward to hearing your response.
Good evening. My name is Fern, and I'm a DPS parent and a member of Durham Public School Strong. I'm here tonight to thank you for considering the proposed private zones administrative policy and to share our frustration at the administration's recommendation that it not be adopted. This policy would help ensure the physical and emotional safety and undisrupted learning of DPS students by governing access to school buildings and outlining a clear and common process for responding to immigration enforcement activities. Rather than adopt this legally sound and community-requested policy, the administration has recommended a continuation of the status quo, that this matter be managed through procedures developed by the superintendent. Dr. Lewis has stated that the district has protocols in place, but we do not know what these protocols are, and therefore cannot rest assured that they are adequate to keep our children safe. Telling us, "Don't worry, there are plans in place, but we can't discuss them," does not inspire confidence or alleviate fear. That is
Good evening. My name is Ellen Holmes, and I'm a teacher at Jordan High School, a member of Public School Strong, DAE, and a longtime advocate for students and their families. I'm speaking tonight because I'm urging the board to pass the submitted version of 5120 as is and the private zones administrative policy and protocol as soon as possible. I understand the great amount of work that has gone into these policies, and I appreciate the policy committee and the board as a whole for their work. However, the original submitted policies protect our students in the best manner. Revising the submitted version and not adopting the private zone policies will leave our students in grave danger. Immigration and criminal attorneys were consulted on these policies and gave feedback on both. They do not violate the law in any way. My students are afraid every day. They cannot learn when they are afraid. They will not come to school when they are afraid. Please do the right thing and pass these original policies now. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer Painter, Catalina Tolosa, and Matthias Matthew.
Good evening. I'm Jen Painter. I'm an ESL teacher at Jordan High School. I'm here with Durham Public Schools Strong, and I am also a DAE member. I want to speak in support of a private zones policy, not just for my students, for whom I want it very, very much, but for my colleagues. I work with international teachers who are here on visas. I work with naturalized citizens. I work with legal permanent residents. They also deserve to feel safe in all of the spaces of our workplace. That also benefits our students. A lot of my students stayed home in November because they did not feel safe out in our community and at school. Colleagues don't have that option, especially when their visas are tied to their workplace and being employed at Durham Public Schools, and they deserve the assurance of a private zones policy that will keep them safe.
My name is Catalina Sanchez Tolosa, and I cede my time to Matthias.
Hello, I'm Matthias representing the Sustainable Schools Coalition, and I first just want to thank Chair Umstead and Mrs. Byer for meeting with us this month. As we shared with both of them, the site logic dashboard that was shared with the board last month in the December board work session was wrong, as it was no longer in use by site logic, and the one that was updated was not shared with the board during that meeting. Ms. Owens, who couldn't be here tonight, has emailed the updated dashboard to you all, and she has asked that you guys please reconsider the site logic contract and the progress they have made. Just so you know, a site logic contractor was a driving force behind tonight's climate presentation. Something of serious concern to me isn't just the fact that this information was concealed, but also how you all handled it. When you all asked about how site logic would be replaced, the response was just that we'll just do better. And when asked on what information the decision, that decision was made to terminate the contract, you all were plainly told that the information had not been reviewed yet because they hadn't had it yet, supposedly. But you all still voted to terminate the contract. And it isn't just with energy and sustainability. School and district officials being under an investigation for obstruction of justice isn't just down to personal integrity, it's also with a lack of accountability. I'm sure everyone in this room has the integrity to work for student well-being, but we all still need you to hold everyone in DPS accountable for the things you've agreed to, whether it's immigrant and disabled student safety or climate action or the quality of our facilities. we need you to keep pushing Durham Public Schools forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Bagatelle, Miriam Masaba, Jim Savara. All right.
Hi, I'm Sharon Bagatelle. Thank you for having the climate action plan on the agenda tonight. I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Miriam.
My name is Miriam Masamba. I'm a senior at City of Medicine Academy, and I'm here with the Durham Sustainable Schools Coalition. Students like me continue to show up here because we believe Durham students deserve better than empty promises without follow-through. I'm hopeful that my voice will not simply be heard, but that the district will take its responsibility to the students it serves seriously and uphold the resolution it passed 5 years ago. What we students need and what we deserve is action, real action through a climate action plan that reflects the urgency of the climate crisis and the bright futures of the students you all know are here in Durham Public Schools. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jim Savara, co-chairperson of the Policy Committee of the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit. On January 12th, you received an email addressed to your board, the County Commission, and the City Council. We were sharing the resolution regarding the future of the Durham schoolyards revitalization. As you know, the Coalition, CAT, is a volunteer-run organization that's dedicated to increasing affordable, safe, and secure housing and quality transit options in Durham. A special project right now is to encourage new affordable housing along the rail trail, which is being constructed by the city of Durham. We urge that the three governing boards consider starting a community-centered planning effort for affordable housing to be included in the renewal of the Durham School of the Arts site. Initially focusing on the 3-acre parcel north of Minerva Avenue.
Thank you. Thank you. And if anyone brought comments tonight that you want to leave with our board clerk, you can leave those with her. She'll make sure we can see the rest of your comments if you weren't able to get to them. She's right here with her hand raised. She'll make sure she get those. We did. Got your email. Thank you. Next, Mimi Kessler, followed by Christy Clem.
Good evening. My name is Mimi Kessler, and I'm here in my capacity as president of the Interneighborhood Council, the INC of Durham. Since 1984, INC has been advocating on the part of residential neighborhoods to promote quality, stability, and vibrancy across our city. Our delegates voted to provide you with this resolution. Whereas the land and buildings that comprise the campus of the old Durham High School and more recently the Durham School of the Arts for social, historic, cultural, economic, and urban design reasons. We believe it's immensely important to the welfare and identity of the Durham community. And whereas the future of that campus is now uncertain and the subject of concern to people in Durham.
Yes, you can. Thank you so much. You're going to pass it to Miss Smith right here. She's got her hand raised in the tan sweater, and she'll scan them and get into the board. Christy Clem.
Hello, Christy Clem, physical therapist, member of DAE. Encourage during meet and confer meetings to continue to give more detail about the budget and not just, we want to do better, we don't have enough money, but what does that really mean? Since the last meeting, I see the 25-26 salary schedules for classified have been posted now. I don't know how many people have really looked at those to realize it just shifted the pay. We actually went backwards. Returners stayed where they were. When I talk about this in the buildings, people seem to be confused, but for a small visual, this was what we got last year. Here's our new numbers. We just took that money amount and slid it down and pretended it's something better, but it's not. And with the decision last September that every year the board has to vote for us to go up, this is what's going to continue to happen to classified. Still confusion on who can do work remotely on optional work days or weather days. Is that from the superintendent? Is that from a principal or supervisor? Different schools give different messages. All right.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. The next items on our agenda, thank you all for coming and speaking with us tonight. The next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. We have 3 items that have been reviewed by the board previous, so A, B, and C.
Madam Chair, I'd move approval of the consent agenda. Item A, City of Durham Public Utility Easement at Easley Elementary School. Item B, DHA Pearson LP right-of-way and temporary construction easement at Hillside High School. And item C, CTE 2026 computer purchase.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Vice Chair Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Yes. Okay. The next item on our agenda is, we have a policy committee update. It is for information only. And so we have a Pracies here that has details, information about an update from the committee. All right. The next item on our agenda is a National Mentoring Month proclamation. Board members, I'm going to pass it to Vice Chair Rogers, who will talk a little bit about this proclamation.
Thank you all for allowing me to make this request at the last minute. Each January, we acknowledge, sorry, I'm having a hard time. January as National Mentoring Month. As we recognize National Mentoring Month, I'd like us to pause to honor and give thanks for the lives and legacies of DeWarren Langley and Atreus Good, 2 extraordinary men whose commitment to mentoring young men in Durham continues to echo even after their passing. DeWarren and Atreus understood that mentoring is not simply guidance, but presence, and they would always recommend that we pass this proclamation. They showed up, they listened, they challenged and affirmed. Through their time, their words, and their unwavering belief in the potential of young people, they helped shape futures and instill confidence, dignity, and purpose in countless young men across our community. Their work was rooted in a love for Durham and a deep sense of responsibility to the next generation. They modeled what it means to lead with integrity, compassion, and courage, reminding us that the most powerful lessons are often taught not through titles or accolades, but through consistent care and genuine connection. Though they are no longer with us, their impact remains alive, and in the lives they touched, the past they helped illuminate, and the example they set for all who continue this vital work. I would like us to honor their memory by recommitting ourselves to mentorship, community, and the belief that every young person deserves someone who sees them, believes in them, and walks alongside them. And so, with gratitude and respect, I hope as we read this proclamation, we can remember and thank DeWarren Langley and Atreus Good for their lasting contributions to Durham's young men and to the heart of our community. I'm supposed to start the proclamation, aren't I?
Vice Chair Rogers, do you want to start us off on reading the proclamation?
Whereas created in 2002 by the Harvard School of Public Health and Mentor, the National Mentoring Partnership, January is National Mentoring Month, an annual campaign to focus attention on the need for quality, consistent, and competent mentors. And
Whereas a mentor is a caring, dependable, and authentic person that provides support, guidance, advice, assistance, and devotes time to a young person to help youth discover personal strength to persevere and achieve their potential through a structured and trusting relationship on a regular basis. And
Whereas quality mentoring encourages and empowers youth to make positive choices, promote self-esteem and character development, support academic achievement, social emotional learning, leadership and professional development, college readiness and career exploration, and
whereas the goals of National Mentoring Month are to raise awareness of mentoring, recruit individuals to mentor, equip mentors with the skills needed to support youth, encourage organizations to engage and integrate quality mentoring into their efforts with a focus on academic support, life skills training, and career readiness/workforce preparation to motivate youth to excel. And
whereas research has demonstrated that mentoring programs have a significant positive impact on a variety of academic achievement measures, including truancy and absenteeism, scholastic efficacy and engagement, school-related misconduct, and peer support. And
whereas mentors serve a critical role in helping youth successfully complete high school and gain admission to college or training programs, earn a post-secondary credential or certification, build new in-demand skills, prepare for the future of work, and succeed in an ever-changing workforce. And
whereas mentoring programs must incorporate work-based learning to prepare and connect youth with real-life work experiences where they can apply academic, technical, and soft skills and develop their employability while exploring career pathways. And
whereas the Durham Public Schools Strategic Plan Goal 4C is to ensure every school will have one or more Durham Public Schools will have high impact community partnership to support increasing positive student outcomes. And
whereas the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supports community-based mentoring programs as key community partners to support our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. And
whereas National Mentoring Month is the time of year to celebrate, elevate, and encourage mentoring and recruit caring adult mentors in the city of Durham and Durham County.
therefore be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education do hereby proclaim the month of January 2026 as National Mentoring Month, and call upon public officials, educators, business and community leaders, and citizens to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs to
recognize the valuable contributions of staff and volunteers in quality mentoring programs that empower youth, enabling them to discover inner strength and realize their full potential.
acknowledge the manifold benefits of mentoring, including fostering healthy identity development, promoting educational achievement, reducing juvenile delinquency, enhancing career readiness, improving life skills and outcomes, and fortifying communities.
advocate for the establishment, expansion, sustainability, and funding of quality mentoring programs throughout Durham, aiming to provide youth with the necessary tools for leading healthy, productive, and meaningful lives.
support initiatives aimed at bridging academic achievement, opportunity, and mentoring gaps, emphasizing critical mentoring to assist boys of color. This involves pairing them with mentors who grasp and comprehend social, political, and economic racism and oppression and are committed to acting against these elements in society. On the 29th day of January, 2026.
I move that we approve this Durham Public Schools Board of Education proclamation on mentoring.
Second.
moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Mr. Taft. Is there any other discussion?
I'd just like to ask that we edit that one line out that's duplicated. That's all, and that's my bad. Sorry.
We can do that. All right, so we'll pass the proclamation as amended to edit out the duplicated line. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you, Vice Chair Rogers, and Want to also say in their honor, thank you to Warren Langley and Atreus Good for all their work pouring back into Durham Public Schools, the community, and Black males here in Durham Public Schools. So want to thank them for that. All right. The next item on our agenda is budget priorities.
Sure. So excited to introduce to some Ruben Barfield, who's been working in our finance department for quite some time. He and Mr. Teeter are kind of like connected at the arm as it relates to all things finance. Sometimes people refer to Mr. Teeter or say that he's using a magic calculator. Well, the magic calculator is at the podium this evening for us. And so please welcome Ruben Barfield.
Mr. Barfield, take us away.
Well, first, thank you, Dr. Lewis. Good evening, Board Chair, Board members, and Dr. Lewis. Tonight, I'll be covering some budget feedback that we've received throughout our budget feedback tour as we approach submitting our budget to the county at the end of March. Next slide, please.
Barfield, lift that mic up just a little bit. Thank you.
It's not meant for me. This
All right.
what you saw. So the first set of feedback that we've received is from through the meet and confer process as we met with the DAE. Over the first 5 meetings that we've had with them, we've covered topics such as classified pay with our goal of creating salaries that represent living wage here in Durham, plus addressing compensation through our steps. We've also discussed extra duty pay and as well as our current bus driver supplement. DAE also expressed a desire to include safety assistance, so we discussed how that may impact that supplement. And at our most recent meeting, we agreed to bring details along with the DAE to see what we can accomplish together going forward. Next slide, please. So the second set of feedback that we received is from the Superintendent Teacher Advisory Committee. Mr. Teeter met with this group to discuss teacher compensation in the absence of a state budget. They also discussed the current state salary teacher schedules that in which pay progression does not exist for teachers on steps 15 through 24. And so they have asked us to see what we can do with our local supplement to address that gap. And then next, this group has also lifted up some HVAC concerns, as well as some out-of-pocket costs that our teachers are experiencing, such as bright link bulbs and HDMI cords. Next slide, please. Now we'll move on to the Superintendent Principal Advisory Committee. They also mentioned facilities and safety as a concern, such as HVAC, leaking roofs, and door repairs as well. And this group also mentioned the desire to have a district-wide weapon detection system. Next slide. The next topic would be transportation. So some of our principals lifted up their concerns regarding higher fuel prices due to our athletic buses that do not match the sizes of our teams. So they've expressed interest in having smaller buses that match our teams. And the idea here is that that will reduce fuel costs in the future. This group also lifted up the idea of technology and instructional tools. So one of those would be the desire to have a plagiarism detection system. And the idea here is that by exposing our students to this now, this will help prepare them for college in the future. And then they also discussed bright link projectors as a current need. Next slide, please. All right, so the next topic would be staffing and program support. So they expressed a desire to have restorative practice coordinators at the elementary level, as well as having testing coordinators and MTSS coordinators as district allotted positions. They also expressed the concern of our current master's pay structure. So they lifted up the idea of if we were able to expand this to our instructional coaches as well as interventionists. Next slide, please. All right, so here are our superintendent's priorities. These are items that we've all seen already, but just want to lift these back up. So the first being continuation costs, which includes state raises, benefit increases, utilities, as well as insurance increases. So these are things we want to keep in mind as we create our next budget. And then the next topic being classified pay. We've received a lot of feedback in this area already, but we want to lift up our OTs and PTs and ensure that we can align their pay with comparable urban districts. And then lastly, we have capital outlay needs, which includes technology. And so it's nice to see that our superintendent's priorities aligns with what we've seen from the teacher and principal advisory committees as well. Next slide, please. All right, so moving on to some challenges that we're seeing. These aren't unique to Durham, and we're seeing these challenges across the state. Next slide. So the first challenge that I'll discuss would be the increased charter proportionate share. Historically, Durham has budgeted at 20% of our revenue to be local revenue to be reallocated to our charter schools. And with the knowledge of us having a new charter school in the area, we've increased this to 21% this current year. That 1% swing from DPS enrollment compared to the charter share is about 400 students, and that also aligns with the enrollment that we saw at that charter school. Despite us being proactive, the charter share, was at about 23% of our local revenue this current year. So as we're looking forward to our next year, we want to keep in mind, we're going to keep that in mind and review our current trends, as well as keep in mind that we have some charter schools opening this coming fall. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's a chart that you all have already seen regarding our current situation regarding charter schools. Just noting the $4.7 billion variance that we're facing. And this is all based on what we saw from PMR1 this past fall. So in order to absorb that difference, central office decided to reduce central office budgets, as well as enact a hiring freeze across central office. And our goal here was to minimize the impact to our schools. Next slide. And the last challenge that I will discuss would be our federal funding uncertainty. So currently the House and Senate have decided to keep funding flat for K through 12, but this is something that could change. And then off to the right, you'll see a chart of just highlighting some grants that are federally funded that we're keeping our eyes on that are directly supporting our schools. Next slide, please. All right, so as I mentioned, we met with DAE as a part of our meet and confer process last week. And then we have 2 other meet and confer meetings in February where we'll continue to discuss the budget, followed by our budget town hall on February 23rd. And then at the end of February, we will be releasing our draft recommended budget with the goal of submitting our budget request to the county at the end of March. Next slide. All right, so I'll turn it over to you all for questions, if you have any.
I'm sure we do. So thank you so much for the presentation. I'm gonna open it up to board members now for questions. First, if we don't, Ms. Rogers.
It sounds like nobody wants to go first. Thank you so much for this presentation. I don't normally thank people for doing a job that they're paid to do, but it's your first time at the board meeting, so welcome. Thank you. You did great. You got your stride because you started out a little nervous. You did good. You did good.
And I talk really fast, so yeah.
So my questions are around projections and stability, and I think we're gonna you'll see me ask some more of these kinds of questions as we get to the further presentations. I asked particularly around the expenditures for the usage of the outdoor classrooms, because that was an expenditure that the board invested in, and like, how is the district understanding the return on the investments that we make? So I wonder, what's the long-term planning in terms of district priorities, especially when we talk about expansion and all these different things that different folks are asking for? And so I guess my question would be around the things that each of these subgroups are asking for. What are we giving up? What happens instead of that thing? There's some personnel ask. Is the ask for that to come out of our local budget?
The items that the different groups lifted up.
Some of the different groups. So like the restorative practice coordinator for elementary. So would that request be to come out of local budget or to replace something else on the state, out of the state reimbursement?
Yes, my initial thought is that that would be something we'd have to fund locally. Yep.
Okay. And then my question is, it's about all the things, right? People are asking for reasonable things, bright link bulbs and HDMI cords. How much are we talking about? And where was that not considered when we put in the bright link things and in maintenance, routine maintenance each time, right? How do we get in front of that? Does that make sense?
Well, it makes a lot of sense. And from our conversations, definitely with our teachers, is that I don't think that was taken into account, in terms of, you buy these things, but then, the bulbs they'll go out. So what is the life expectancy of a bulb? So I think that's something we have to consider when we purchase anything, whether it's any piece of technology, if there's any type of supplemental supports that are needed or supplemental equipment like cords and things that may be lost, considering, what can we do to have like a miscellaneous type fund to support that, or include that in the total cost going forward. Because what we're hearing from our teachers is that they're coming out of their pockets paying for bulbs on Amazon and cords and things like that. And so really looking at, in addition to that, thinking about, what other fund, I guess, line item in our technology budget that can be allocated for these resources that we know will go out, like bulbs and HDMI cords that may be lost.
Right. So we're taking these items that the different groups lifted up, and we're going to cost those items out and then receive quotes where necessary to determine how we can incorporate that into the superintendent's priorities.
That's helpful. I think my last question on the budget, I think, would be on some of these budget items. I'm moving, Mr. Tab, on weapons detectors. Okay. Um, what when we're talking about a budget and we're making the budget request for next year, people would expect that we would immediately have those weapon detectors, but the implementation plan, how do those two things connect? How does the budget connect with the implementation plan? Because you would need people trained to take on those roles of being at the weapon detectors all the time that the schools are open, and take on that responsibility of engaging and calling law enforcement and being trained to do that. And so that's going to be some lead time. So how do we connect realistic expectations with our budget ask?
So I think when it comes to something like weapon detection, that's going to take more than just creating a PO and just purchasing them and putting them in place. There's going to take, to your point, a long runway in terms of engagement with our students, staff, and families around their perceptions of weapon detection. It's my understanding that maybe this community has had some previous conversations about that. And so what are the lessons learned from those previous conversations? I think there were some visits that may have been done as well. So it's not just about the weapons detection, but the point you made, board member, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Rogers, was that it's going to require staff there too. So is that existing staff, or there's going to be additional staff to be hired? And so if that does make the budget, we're going to have to consider those other factors. But when we think about a timeline, there's not a long runway from now where we are today until the times the budget passed. And so if there's definitely interest, we can begin that engagement process and consulting with our board in terms of just next steps on that. But if we think about just the timeline that Mr. Barfield just shared, is not a lot of time for that engagement, in terms of staff, students, families around weapons detections, then also getting some direction from the board.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Tab, then I'll come to Ms. Carter Otten, then I'll swing back this way to Ms. Byer.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Vice Chair Rogers, thank you so very much for lifting that up. So it took a lot off me, what I was going to say. So thank you very much. I do want to continue to highlight, if we're moving towards any type of systems for safety, that we definitely have to consider staffing in the budget, or having a robust plan to making sure how we're going to move in that direction if the board decides that's the direction it's going to go. But I think the runway is very short, and I would love for this board to start having some conversation about safety and security as we continue to move forward. The other thing that you highlighted that she lifted up was about things that teachers have to purchase as an educator. That's a topic that we really need to, address some of those things where the schools should be purchasing those things, but you find that teachers are doing them. There are a lot of instruments or things that require batteries, and you find that a lot of teachers go out and purchase batteries for a lot of things, and it's very costly. That's something that the school should be probably providing. But when you order equipment, a lot of times it's going to come with accessories for that one time. And then I don't know if there's a plan in place of how we actually start replacing those things. But the responsibility then kind of lands on the person that's using it, that either it's no more good to them, or they have to find a way to ask for the money to replace the batteries or anything else, accessories that go with it. So I do want us to continue to uplift those kinds of things to see what do we have in place in terms of documentation or some type of spreadsheet or something that says these things are going to need some type of replacement, and when does that occur? That's it. Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. I'll just ask them one at a time. I actually think that they might be maybe more for Dr. Lewis, but I guess I'm wondering first how we have all these great recommendations from different entities. What's the plan for prioritizing each of the different requests, and as you're pulling together the draft budget before it comes to us, how are you thinking through that, and how will you be working with finance to do that?
Yep. So as I mentioned earlier, so we'll take these items, we'll cost them, and receive some quotes as well, and then determine how we can fit those into the priorities. And for other items that we're receiving from our departments, we're going to use those to have a similar process where we will meet with our cabinet members and our department leaders and assess the necessity of those items, and then see what we can determine what needs to happen now, and then what can be deferred, and then we'll also see what we can do to address some of those with alternative solutions. So
thank you. I would like to see where the budget aligns or doesn't with our strategic plan. And if the district has set those goals, then that should be where our money goes. So I wonder, like, how are you planning to integrate that and show the board and the community how we're planning to spend money in alignment with what we want to achieve in our strategic plan?
Yep, that's what I was going to add. Looking at all of the things, right? We have, quite a few requests. So one, seeing how it aligns with our work, which is the strategic plan, but then also thinking about the cost of some of these big ticket items, and I think the board appreciated the prioritization activity through the spreadsheet. I think that Mr. Teeter shared last year during the budget development process. And so we will probably engage in an activity like that again, as I think we did it as a cabinet. I think there were some other folks that did it as well. He's also thinking about maybe some other advisory. We got the initial list from the advisory councils. Now let's take it back. I think that also helps educate different groups in the community as well. Yes, we have these all ideas, but we have this little small pot of money. So how do we prioritize things that's still going to move the needle on academic outcomes when it comes to that strategic plan?
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I also, so in the timeline, I was wondering if can we put the timeline back up maybe? Or I'll just put it, I think that, I'm wondering if we are not going to do a hearing anymore, and if we can maybe attach a hearing to our March work session so that the public has another chance to weigh in on the budget after the draft budget has gone out. And if that's something that y'all have considered. We have a town hall, but as my understanding, that's more educational with some bi-directional, but then the hearing is not in the timeline anymore. So is that something that would be?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, so Mr. Teeter and I have discussed it already, and we were thinking that with you all's approval, we could probably have one of those at the 30 minutes prior to one of the February board meetings, if that's your wish.
I thought, let's see. If the draft recommended budget is going to be released on February 26th, then that's why I was proposing for that to happen at the March work session, because then people would have a chance to see that and kind of chew on it a little bit before they came to provide comments and weigh in on it.
Yep, that's what I was gonna add. We have but you don't see the date on here, but we do have a March 12th work session that can be utilized for that hearing, to your point.
And my last question is, so that we can just have the context behind some of the recommendations, could you remind us who is part of the Superintendent Principal Advisory Committee? Not names, but like, is this all principals that are part of this, or a handful? Same with the stack. Are these like one-year terms? How many people are we getting feedback from through these different groups, so we could understand where the recommendations are coming from, maybe?
Yeah, it's roughly about 8 to 10 of our principals from all levels, including some of our magnet schools as well. And initially, when I first got here, they were just serving a 1-year term. It's not a lot of time to really get some work done, and so we extended that to a 2-year term. The principal of the year is always has a seat on that Superintendent Principal Advisory Council. And I think when I also got here, we were meeting maybe every other month. We're meeting every month now. Oh, I'm sorry. You also asked about the other ones as well, like the Superintendent Teacher Advisory Councils. Yes, the Superintendent Teacher Advisory Councils principals were asked to select a teacher to represent their school on the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council. They also selected the students for the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council. And I'm leaning into the existing parent ambassadors as kind of like the parent advisory.
We'll go to Ms. Byer next, and I'll come to you, Ms. Chavez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barfield. Thank you for your expertise and joining and leading the team together with Mr. Teeter. I think your skills are what is going to be so helpful in helping us balance the multiple needs of our students and staff as we sit. People say we sit in chairs of power, but actually we're downstream where the money decisions are made, and trying desperately to advocate to the state to pass a budget for students to deal with the 30 years of unfulfilled Leandro needs to meet their constitutional obligation to the students in our community. And so I'm so appreciative of the information that you all can provide, the transparency that we can continue to uplift for our community, that makes it clear that these are like impossible forced choices. I very much, like years ago, think that living wage and lifting that to 1922 at least seems so critical in our community. And I look forward to having conversations with leaders in the county and the city about that. The city, is announcing that they're hoping to get their starting wage to 25 an hour. And I celebrate that for them. We all celebrate that for them. And also I want to speak plainly that that's a gap in our community when county workers haven't been lifted that high, and DPS workers who are double that, in numbers, we have no way to lift folks that high. When you all modeled that, it was $122 million in recurring funds. So as we struggle with these impossible decisions, any and all information that you all bring us that centers not only in strategic plan, but also in student impact, and how will the decisions that we make impact our students' daily academic journey is so helpful. I wonder if we can actually go again to departments and say, what could you cut? Sometimes we're buying software we don't need. Sometimes we have positions that might be able to be two people, one person instead of two. I think we need to look critically at that and be able to show the county that we've done that hard work as we continue to lead forward. I think the HVAC needs and the physical plants continue to come up. Showcase of schools, as y'all made the rounds, almost every school leader I talked to had a broken HVAC system or some band-aided repair going on. That we've got to, I mean, bond or no bond, we have to get a big chunk of money to deal with those emergency issues. Because it's an investment in quality for our students and staff. It would be helpful to me as we go forward if finance staff could bring a lot of analysis of the local supplements that this board put in place, hoping like master's pay that the state would pick it up. So whether it's $2 million that we're spending on 200 employees or whatever, like that investment and that information, I think is going to be super important, both as we advocate to the state to go ahead and pick up what they should have been paying for, but also as we evaluate things that we put in place, like the ESL bonus pay, the bus driver attendance bonuses. Are they effective? Are those dollars having the impact that we intended? Because then it helps our case when we try to expand them or to add folks to those. But we at least need to have those costed out and know as we deal with these competing priorities. I like I'm so glad that we've had more folks weigh in on these difficult decisions. I know that y'all will continue to get more feedback from the whole community. I think we are required, Mr. Malone, by state statute to have a public hearing on the budget. I thought 30 minutes doesn't sound enough to me. Is my feedback on that.
Excuse me, it's not a statutory requirement that boards of education have a public hearing, but this board has historically had a public hearing. It's optional within the statute. It's not required.
Gotcha. Okay. I think we should at least allot an hour to it, and as we plan forward, I imagine the community will have a robust feedback for us and feedback on impossible decisions. These are really, really impossible decisions already. I know that Wake County just recently said their CFO was quoted as saying this was the worst budget season in 20 years. And one thing that I want, as we're in school choice season and National School Choice Month, week, whatever it is that we're celebrating, we have choices within Durham Public Schools that exceed other choices in this community. And I'm so glad there's another day for folks to submit their applications and join us in this glorious work. And as we work to rebuild trust in the community, I look forward to all of our staff helping us do that as well. Sometimes I worry that we have cut our HR and our finance staff too narrow, as we're a major employer and processing a lot of employee needs. And so I hope that you all can robustly show us that we have enough staffing in those key areas as we work to rebuild some key operations. So those are some of my thoughts, and not necessarily questions, just ramblings. And I appreciate colleagues indulging me yet again. Thank you.
Travis.
So I wanted to thank you, Mr. Garfield. I want to say thank you for the presentation. And it's nice to meet you. And I also wanted to say congratulations on the Showcase of Schools. That it was awesome to see how many people were there. And that is an important part of getting our enrollment up, getting people excited and knowledgeable about what we offer. I continue to be surprised by, that finding people who don't know what Durham Public Schools offer. So that was awesome. I mean, and it's not due to lack of effort, but I think it seems like there was a even stronger push this year to get the word out. So that was great. Getting our enrollment up is very important for many reasons, but for our financial position, and we don't want to lose students to charter schools anymore. So I wanted to ask you and clarify, where are we with the new salary schedules? Will those be attached with the budget, presented budget?
That's a good question.
Yes, they will be. We'll make
Okay.
sure that they come along with the budget.
Okay, okay, sounds great. I do want to lift up the concerns around that our OT and PT staff have lifted up around compression. So I hope they've presented a lot of information to us, and so I look forward to seeing how that's addressed among the many other issues we're trying to address with those salary schedules. I also, similar to Ms. Byer, wanted to mention the importance of evaluating our fiscal decisions. And in reviewing the materials, I remembered that last year we were supposed to get an update at some point about EC and ESL supplements and the impact that they had. And so I lift that up now. That's really important to find out, are our goals of retention, taking place due to our investments? And we want to pay people what they deserve, and we also tied to that want to have beneficial outcomes for our students. We want to have greater stability for our students, in educators who stay, and we want to attract better, the best staff as well. So master's pay, EC and ESL supplements, and anything else. I just like to see kind of more regular reporting on the outcomes tied to the budget. And if there are things that we find are not good investments, then we can not, maybe other programs and things, then we can know that we don't need to keep doing that. And that's part of the zero-based budgeting, mentality that we've discussed as well. We don't need to keep, putting money into things that aren't getting us the best outcomes, but we do want to find out what's working well for us and, ultimately for our kids, tied to the strategic plan. Any comment on that, though, around the evaluation piece?
Not that bad. I just want to confirm, you were talking about the classified salary schedules, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Teeter showed me his spreadsheet. Well, he can just plug a number in and it populates the entire sheet.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, cool. And then lastly, just wanted to mention the importance of having good advertising around our town hall and budget hearing. I hope we can get lots of folks out, and I agree that we should have a budget hearing of at least 1 hour, so.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Ms. Hero Goff.
I just want to say that it's not we are not a hive mind, but everything that has been said, I'm clearly in alignment with. I would like to lift up I'm thinking about this as we're in this particular cycle, but also looking at what this means when we repeat the next cycle, like all of the different systems and things we're putting in place that's going to make this process a little more smoother for the following year. As things get more complex from, federal administration, state administration, all these different things that are happening. And what settles me, or what I think I've heard that would feel really good, is to make sure that somehow all the community engagement that administration is doing, that I think is wonderful, around the budget, also aligns with our engagement with our strategic plan. And as that aligns, and we bring community along with what our priorities are as a district and how the budget addresses that, I'd like to see that be elevated. And also, I'm just going to lift this up now. I know we'll be talking about it later, but really interested in that lens of, even though this is not necessarily a part of our strategic plan, that lens of our climate action planning. That we need to, those glasses we need to be wearing as we're also looking at how operations and everything is, how it's handled in the district. There's little things that, we just got to make sure we always have that lens on that could greatly impact how we're thinking about our climate action planning. So, but other than that, I have no questions. I just wanted to lift that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Not done yet. I have some few questions. Don't close the laptop on me yet. Want to appreciate all of my colleagues for their comments tonight. Make a couple comments and then I'll get to some questions. Y'all also uplifted a lot of things that were on my list. You shared about the federal instability with some of those federal dollars. And I did have an opportunity, the Durham Chamber of Commerce did a kind of public policy legislative conversation with Representative Valerie Fouchee, and I was able to share some of our concerns around those federal dollars. She's a former school board member, so completely understood where we were coming from and has been an advocate to ensure that we can keep some of that funding stable. You also mentioned that gap around the charter schools for this year. And I know we started to peel away at that conversation previously at a board meeting. And I want to know when we could see an update coming up around how we're kind of closing that gap for this year.
Yep. So, as I mentioned, we reduced central office budgets, and we also have the hiring freeze at the central office level. So we use those funds to cover that gap.
Do you feel like we're in it? We're good there.
Yeah, I think we're in a good place with that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll make this a comment because it's already been stated around. We have so many different priorities, and I'm not a human calculator, but I could see the numbers racking up as we went through the priorities that are listed. And so I really hope as we're assessing which priorities are going to come into the superintendent's budget, that we're really thinking about high leverage strategies that are going to help improve student achievement, decreasing suspensions, preparing our student to graduate with options. So I really want to see kind of how priorities lean into that. And then this is related a little bit to some of our comments earlier around, I think we do this too often in the district where we buy things and we don't plan for maintenance. So I think back to our Chromebook conversation. I think I could think back to a lot of different conversations, and that just has to stop. Like, when you buy an electronic device, you're gonna have to update that device. And so we should be planning in the purchase for those updates as they come, right? Y'all have heard me talk 12 million years about multi-year budgets. So we know Chromebooks, you got to purchase some this year, you have to purchase some next year, purchase some the upcoming year, purchase new what are the chargers, new the little homes that they sit in, right? All those things are maintenance things. So I just think as a district, we got to be more proactive in thinking about when we purchase items, how are we going to maintain that and build those things into our budget? I know you just got here, Mr. Barfield, but that's something I think collectively we all need to do a better job of, because we know that's going to come up. Let me see. I think all of my other questions have been answered because I wanted to talk about the hearing, so we can work with Ms. Smith to make sure that gets scheduled. We might want to budget a little more than 30 minutes, but we'll work with you all to make sure that gets scheduled as well. I think that's all I've got. Dr. Lewis, did you have any more comments? Or I think Ms. Byers, has a comment.
So one out of the box idea that might be too late for this budget cycle, but might be helpful for future ones that I've heard in the community is for us to continue exploring moving some of our staff, operations and otherwise, to be paid through the county, like our nurses, so that we do not have to we can pay them more and do not have to have that hit come out of that funding source for charter schools, as that percentage has continued to grow exponentially. So I wonder what it would be like to explore some of those conversations with the county manager and county budget staff to see what the legalities and feasibility of that may be, because we may be able to stretch our dollars further that way. I don't know if does that make any sense at all as something to kind of explore? Yeah, that might be a creative tool in our Durham toolkit. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to just make a comment on the hearing. The hearing is public comment, and so if the board wants to allot 30 minutes or an hour, Rod, once the board opens a hearing, if they say 30 minutes and 3 people show up, they still have to keep the hearing open that entire 30 minutes, right?
No,
No?
they can
Okay.
certainly close it after the 3 or 4 people speak. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. And then Chair Umstead mentioned federal government. Just wanted to put out there that we're government shutdown could begin tomorrow evening due to the Senate not coming to an agreement on a package with 6 remaining appropriations for the fiscal year 26. Just want to remind folks that our current it won't affect us currently because those funds had already been approved last year, but that's something we still will continue to monitor.
I think that does conclude all of our remarks. Thank you, Mr. Barfield.
Thank you.
Good job. All right, the next item on our agenda is from Academic Services. We have after-school tuition fee increase proposal. I invite you all to the podium.
Good evening, Dr. Lewis, Chair Umstead, and Board of Education members. Tonight's presentation provides an update on community education's budget and outlines proposed tuition increase options for the 26-27 school year. I will review the rationale, the current budget status, and proposed tuition options. Next slide. And then the next slide. Community education has not implemented a tuition increase since 2016, despite rising operational and staffing costs. Due to several leadership transitions in the district and the impact of COVID, no tuition increase was requested between 2018 and 2005. In 2021, the Department of Education received the North Carolina Stabilization Grant, which offset rising operational costs and supported salaries and adjustments. The grant also allowed us to keep tuition affordable for families. During the 2022-23 school year, there were ongoing parent and community concerns related to after-school wait lists and staffing shortages. It was not practical to request a tuition increase. In January of 2024, Community Education presented to district leadership a tuition rate increase proposal, but due to the climate of the district at the time, district leadership decided not to move forward with the proposal. Without a tuition adjustment, the remaining fund balance will not be sufficient to support program continuation. The North Carolina Child Care Stabilization Grant temporarily offset rising costs, but this funding ended in 2025. A tuition increase is necessary to maintain program quality, meet licensing requirements, retain qualified staff, and ensure long-term financial stability and sustainability of the program. Next slide. Staff recruitment is ongoing. Currently, there are 14 vacancies. Our licensed elementary programs are in the process of completing the required quality rated improvement system for evaluation and reissuing of our star ratings. Our overall enrollment for both our elementary and our middle school programs is 2,006 students. Our overall capacity right now is 2,309 students. There are currently 356 students on the elementary wait list, and we do not have any students on the middle school wait list. Next slide. For the budget for the 25-26 school year, our projected revenue for this school year is $3,935,288. Operating expenditures include $4,719,799 for salaries and benefits, and $1,357,624 for program operating costs such as supplies, field trips, contracts, and professional development, and $119,277 for families and DPS employee discounts. Total expenditures equal $6,196,700, resulting in $2,261,412 in expenditures over revenues. This shortfall will be covered by the fund balance, leaving a remaining balance of $242,818.80. Next slide. This slide compares DPS Community Education's current after-school rate of $205 per month with rates charged by other local agencies and school districts. Next slide. Option 1, 50% tuition increase. Option 1 proposes a 50% tuition increase. Based on this increase, projected revenue totals $6,538,142.50, which supports operating expenses and generates an additional $313,570.15 to support the fund balance. Next slide. Projected revenue with the 50% increase. Operating expenditures include $4,645,094.59 for salaries and benefits, reflecting an estimated 5% increase from 2025-26 school year, $1,391,832.71 for program operating costs, and $187,645.05 for families and DPS employees discount. Total operating costs are $6,224,572.35, resulting in $313,570.15 in excess revenue and an overall fund balance of $556,388.15. This restores the enterprise fund balance to recommended fiscal standards of up to 3 months of operating reserves and ensures funding to sustain program operations. Next slide. Option 2, 35% tuition increase, proposes a 35% increase generating projected revenue of $5,923,994.25. With the projected 5% salary increase for the 26-27 school year, this option does not generate sufficient revenue to fully cover operating expenses and results in a shortfall of $112,933.05, requiring the use of fund balance. Next slide. Projected revenue totals $5,923,994.25. Operating expenditures include $4,645,994 $94.59 for salaries and benefits, $1,391,832.71 for program operating costs, and $129,620.25 for families and DPS employees discounts. Total operating costs are $6,166,547.55, resulting in a deficit of $242,533.30. To balance the budget, the fund balance will be used, leaving $285.50 in enterprise operating reserves. Next slide. Impact on the fund balance. This slide illustrates the impact of the proposed tuition increases of the fund balance. Option 1, with the 50%, it increases the enterprise operating reserves by $313,570.15. Option 2, the 35%, it decreases the enterprise operating reserves by $281,796 and $281,796.90. Next slide. The proposed tuition increase may impact overall enrollment and may necessitate more frequent tuition adjustments in future years to sustain salaries and benefits. Next slide. Discounts offers to DPS families and employees. This slide outlines the current and projected discounts, financial assistance, and employee discounts provided to qualifying families. For example, this school year, 230 families qualified for the multi-child discount. The department incurred the discounted expense of $51,750. Options 1 and 2 explain the associated costs for each discount category. The cost of these discounts to families and DPS employees is included in our operating expenditures. Consistent with most school districts, the district does not offer a sliding fee scale. And the rationale for not offering a sliding fee scale is that a sliding fee scale does not guarantee the projected revenue will be met annually to cover operational costs. Community education operates as an enterprise fund and is therefore self-supporting. In lieu of a sliding scale, qualified DPS families may receive a 15% tuition rate discount per child, and eligibility is determined based on the federal poverty guidelines at 200%. And additionally, eligible families may apply for a DSS voucher to offset tuition costs. Next slide. Our next steps includes communicating the new tuition rates to families, sharing registration dates and deadlines. Summer camp registration begins in February, and the after-school lottery registration for the 2026-27 school year will begin after the district's first round lottery results are shared in early March. And then questions.
Thank you all for that presentation. Board members, I'll open it up for questions. I'll start with Ms. Rogers, Vice Chair Rogers.
I'm gonna keep being the bad guy tonight. Going first. I think this is a question for Dr. Lewis. So there are two options in this presentation. There's not a recommendation on the Précis. What is the recommendation?
Our recommendation would be option one, so that we could have a sustainable reserve fund.
Okay. I appreciate having both options here because I know that the community's gonna want that. We'd much preferred that happen at a work session so the board could kind of weigh the ins and outs of that. Without being put on the spot, having to make a decision right now without community feedback, without hearing from the people who are going to be impacted by this pay increase, regardless of if it's 50% or 35%. It's going to be difficult for families. And while we're not yet in a recession like in 2008, we're headed that direction. I think colleagues, I know they need to make this decision, and I'm going to defer to y'all about whether or not we make that decision at this time. But I have some pause about making this kind of decision without being able to really get valuable community feedback.
Ms. Rogoff.
I wasn't under the impression that we were making this decision today. It wasn't on the Précis for action today, right? Correct? Or did I miss?
It is for action.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I feel the same way. It feels, to do this without community feedback feels like we would be making the decision on the backs of working families. And so, I would appreciate having some space to be able to hear from families or has the administration already done any feedback to tell them what, to share with them what this looks like, what this could mean? Has any of that taken place already? That would be my concern about trying to make this decision tonight.
No, we have not shared anything with families.
That's all I have.
Ms. Byer.
I appreciate this presentation, and I also appreciate that we cannot run this enterprise fund in the red. And I wonder, I know a tuition increase is going to be hard. I know that I know that it will be hard. I wonder if one solution might be for us to approve the 35% tuition increase as a stopgap for this year. And maybe that's why it's in here it was about as close to getting us a zero as y'all could model. Is that kind of, I mean, I'm trying to hear y'all's logic in bringing us two proposals. In my mind, you even recommended we raise it last year. It just didn't get to the board, right? And we just, I'm assuming, have been band-aiding this with fund balance that we don't have any longer the carryover's gone.
Right, our logic for bringing it 35%. The logic for bringing the 35% was to ensure that we remain in the black and to deplete the fund balance. We had the stabilization grant, we had those funds to support us, but over the years, the cost has increased and we have had this tuition the same for the last 10 years. Yes, we made several attempts to come before the board, but at that time, former administration did not want to bring the tuition increase based on the times. And so at this place or juncture, it's important that we at least consider some increase.
One thing I do like and want to highlight about what I think you all have modeled, and I'm assuming you've worked with Mr. Teeter and Mr. Barfield on these models.
Yes.
Is that they are trying and are built on assumptions of raising the minimum wage, the living wage, as we've talked about. They're built with a model of 19.22 an hour for group leaders and a 5% salary increase for other staff, right?
Yes.
And so in order to try to lift the salaries of the people doing this hard work and hard to recruit for work, and hopefully build capacity in the future.
Yes.
I think it is, I understand why you all are bringing this to the board so that we will be ready to be able to afford those wages for these staff that are so critical. I don't love it. Nobody's gonna love it. Nope. But I understand that at least the option where we're raising tuition 35% is a necessity. So that we can continue the programming. I mean, and we're having the same issue with child nutrition as we are gonna look, because these enterprise fund functions have to run at balance. They have to pay for themselves, right?
There's no other revenue that supports the program other than receipts.
One thing that might be helpful if this doesn't pass tonight and if we keep wrestling with it, I'm surprised that the middle school tuition is so small, the revenue from middle school. It makes me think that our enrollment is pretty small at middle school. And so I'm wondering, have we done all the consolidation of the programs so that we're offering programs, pairing schools up,
Yes.
we're doing all of that, but our revenue from middle school, at least on this one slide, is very small.
It is,
And you said there's no wait list at middle school.
right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Carter and then Ms. Chavez.
Thanks so much for coming tonight and for this presentation. Two things are still at the top of my mind that we had discussed when this came through agenda review. One is affordability of this, and then also long-term planning to ensure that we have the capacity to meet the needs, the aftercare needs of our entire community. So I guess I'm still thinking about that and I hear what you all need, and I certainly don't want the program to operate in the red. So I think we need to figure out a way to get it out of that. But I would like for I want this to be more robust in that we're planning not just for right now and just getting us out of a hole, but for all of the needs, or trying to plan for the needs of the aftercare in our community. So with that said, we talked extensively about the possibility of wait list. Thank you. I'm sorry, about sliding scale. Thank you for mentioning that in your presentation this evening. I guess it sounds like the reasons that you wouldn't consider that would be that it wouldn't help us get the revenue that we need. And I'm wondering if this has really been modeled out and if we've considered, if you do a sliding scale, you can also increase the top of the scale as well. I think it's my sense that we have members of this community who could pay more than what you're even proposing with the 50% increase and who'd be willing to, and members of our community who are not able to pay and who wouldn't be able to access aftercare, can't now, and certainly wouldn't be able to. And it looked like when I just did a quick search that this is how Durham Parks and Rec manages. I don't know where the figure came for their low rate on here. But they offer a sliding scale, and maybe that's how they get one of their rates so low, is that they're able to charge more to those who can pay more. So to me, that just seems like something that should at least be considered and costed out if we're thinking about ways to navigate the long term of aftercare in our community for the long term. So I'll say that, and in addition to that, thinking about ways to make sure that we have the staffing that we need. Again, this is related to the budgeting and the projections that you have for staffing. If we want aftercare to keep serving the number of kids it's serving right now, we look at the numbers you gave us tonight, but that's not where we that's not where we want to be, I don't think. A recent study in done in North Carolina indicates that 4 out of 5 families want aftercare and are not getting it. And I don't know what those numbers look like in Durham. Can you remind me what you said about the wait list in elementary school?
356 currently.
We have 356 officially on a wait list. I don't think that represents the full need that's out there. So I think I want us to be thinking innovatively also about things like dual employment. Like, I know that we discussed this again in agenda review, and it sounded like during the COVID era, there was some piloting of having IAs dual employed to work in aftercare. Seemed like that was going well. Why aren't we considering that now if we're looking at expansion of the program and how to make it affordable and how to make this sustainable? It doesn't make sense to ask someone to work for 4 hours just in the afternoons, right? So how do we just think strategically and for the long term, not just to cover us and get us out of the red right now, but really plan for the best for our students and our families here in this district? I think that's my comments and like some questions for now. I don't know if you have any thoughts in response to that, or if Dr. King or Dr. Lewis, you do, as you're thinking about, the benefits and downsides of aftercare in our community and how we want to do this as a district.
I was going to say I know for Durham Parks and Rec, they do have the sliding fee scale, but they also receive other additional funding to support it. So it's not just based on parent fees, which is different than what we currently do. So they have other fundings to be able to help to do the sliding fee. So that's one main difference than what we currently have. And then as far as the dual employment, which you were talking about, that was extra dollar funds that we had to be able to do the funding during after COVID, to be able to have the IA position. That was the IA pair with the group leader position that was successful when we had those dollars during that time. And so it's continuing to explore those options is something that we will explore, but that's how we were able to do that during those 3 to 4 years when we had that that was able to offer full-time employment.
Thank you for bringing, thank you for bringing this. Thank you also for bringing the context or the comparisons with other after-school programs in other districts. That's really helpful. And I just appreciate it when presentations come to us with that, so we don't have to go hunting for it. So that's really useful. I also asked about the sliding scale. I think there is a misconception that it will be less than option 1, and I don't think it has to. My first thought in seeing this was there are people who would be willing and happy to pay more because of the service that they're getting. And just breaking it down, so what's proposed in option 1 is 305 for elementary, 307.50. If somebody could pay up to $400 per month, that's for 20 days a month, 20 school days, that's $20 a day. For 4 hours, that's $5 an hour. A lot of families can't actually afford that. A lot of families who, I think there are a good number of families who can't afford that. My thought also was that on the other end, with the increase, even with the 15% discount, it's a higher percentage of a family with a lower income, their overall income. It's a higher percentage increase for them than than a household who makes a lot more money. The increase is not going to be as substantial for them. And so then we get to the question of equity, because I feel like it's more of like what we have now. What's proposed is more of an equality model, but with equity, people could pay more. Some people could pay more. Other people would pay less. I think I
I definitely think that it's clear we need to make more money through this program. So I'm not, you know, opposing that in any way. Thank you for making it work through all these years. And it's obviously time to make a change. And we are in a situation of economic instability for many families. And I don't know all the numbers, but I believe it's higher for Black and Hispanic families right now. Even the ICE threats and everything, I mean, it affects people financially. So I would still like to see administration look into a sliding scale, keeping in mind that people can also pay more on the higher end. And there are creative ways that this could be done. So I just, yeah, that's yeah, that's pretty much what I want to offer with that. But thank you for bringing this. So I'll be interested to hear what my colleagues think about this idea. Maybe we'll come to a recommendation.
Thank you very much. Just a question. Are there any pending funding opportunities out there that can help with any of this?
We have, not that I'm aware of. I mean, there's small little grants, but nothing substantial that's going to be big enough to help overall a big impact on the budget. I mean, we apply for things that are small, but as far as the last big opportunity was this stabilization grant. We applied, I think it was last year, for a 21st Century grant, which was federal programs. We did not receive that. So we're always looking for grants and things to be able to help to provide more opportunities for students. We're always looking. And so we had 21st Century for many years. So we're always looking. But at this time right now, it's hard for a lot of out of school time programs. Everyone is looking, so we're always looking. But right now, we don't have anything.
Okay, well, by you just saying that, hopefully somebody will send something your way.
Okay, all
I
right,
mean, that's why we put it in the atmosphere.
all right.
All right,
Send
thank
it
you.
my way.
That's it. Thank you.
I appreciate y'all's presentation, colleagues. We have two options for us to consider tonight. I hear some unreadiness as well as a lot of questions and concerns. I appreciate you lifting up the 21st Century Community Learning Center program, which funded many after-school programs across Durham, many of which who don't have that funding anymore and are trying to figure out how to make this work. So it is that's a community-wide challenge that we're navigating. I know that other communities are facing that too, but I think it's something to name and talk about explicitly. It's a big chunk of funding to help run all of the programming here in our school system and in the county. Just if we were to do nothing, what happens going into an enterprise organization? I don't know which person answers that question.
What I was going, so since we have registration that's getting ready to start next month. So what we have is that families are calling ready to start for summer camp. So then we have the implication of summer camp tuition. So you have the summer camp tuition, which goes with the revenues and all of that. And then we're getting ready to start our after-school lottery process in March. And so we want to be able to tell families before they register for after school what the rate will be. That would be what I would think we would want to do, is before they register for after school for the new year, they know what the rate would be. Certainly they can enter the lottery and we can tell them after the lottery, this is a rate, but I think communication wise, it would be best, I would think, to communicate with them before going into the lottery season, what the new rate would be. Of course, this will go, the budget is for July, but summer camp starts the end of June. And so those rates will kick in for the end of June. And then families, the new rate will happen for summer camp payments. Families start making payments once they register in February. Yes, they have a payment plan for summer camp.
I just wanted to answer your question about what we would have to do to support an enterprise fund. So much like the CNS program, we would have to figure that out locally to cover the difference if we were to go into the red.
Appreciate that. So local dollars, our dollars that have the most flexibility would have to be used to uplift the program. Some of the things that I want to offer are similar to what some of my colleagues have said, but goes back to my comment earlier, even thinking about this Chromebooks. How are we planning for the future? And a regular cadence of tuition increases, I think families can come to expect and acknowledge, even when different things are happening within the district. We are in a time of economic turmoil, and so we know, $100 is won't talk about what it could be for families, but that's meals, that's, childcare, that's all kinds of different things that could be supporting a family. So I just want to honor and acknowledge that it's been said already. And I hope that, whatever happens tonight, though, we come into a regular cadence of increasing tuition so that families can prepare for that. And it's a smaller amount every, couple years versus a large jump. Because again, in this time, I think that's making it even more challenging. One question about the shifts on slide. There's not numbers on here, but the discounts offered to DPS families and employees, that slide. We can pull it back up. So in option 1, option 2, there are different numbers for how many families could access the multi-child discount or financial assistance. And can you just tell me a little bit about how those how we get to different numbers?
For option 1 and option 2?
Right, correct.
Okay, so the difference with option 1, what we, for the multi-child, we kept the numbers the same for this year for option 1. And then for financial assistance, we just increased the numbers from this year for option 1. Just think there may be more families that may need assistance. So that's why we just increased that number for option 1. And then for DPS employees, we went up because it tends to go roughly between about 100 to about 115. That's typically what the numbers are. The main difference between option 1 and option 2 is because we were trying to balance the budget. Initially, when we put in and kept the numbers the same at 230 families and keeping it for 150 families in terms of for financial assistance and kept the employees the same, we were in the hole by $100 and something thousand. And so that's why we ended up reducing the numbers, and we will have to implement some type of policy in our office to be able to. Right now, we don't have a restriction. If families, whoever want financial assistance, we don't keep a cap, but we will have to implement a cap because it will affect the budget. And so that's the main difference with option 2 is we had to reduce it so that we can kind of balance it down to get it to that $285 where we saw. And that's the reason. So we wouldn't go negative 100 and something thousand.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I appreciate that. So it looks like the option 2 would we could still do some assistance, but we might have to limit where we are.
We will have to limit.
To try to stay in the black.
And then we still have the vouchers for families that qualify for all the options.
Thank you. So colleagues, there's been multiple things shared tonight. We got, again, option 1, we have option 2. We did have a unreadiness to move forward, but the registration begins in February, March. Something happens.
For summer camp starts in February. And then for general after school, that begins in March. But summer camp, because the tuition, the rates will go with summer camp as well. So that starts next month.
And it also, hold on, make sure the mic. It also gives our families an opportunity to plan should we approve the increase.
And I definitely agree. We want to tell them what the rate will be before they start registering and going through that process. Ms. Carter-Otten.
Just to clarify, you're referencing summer camp because when we increase the tuition for aftercare, it applies to aftercare for summer camp as well?
Yes, it will apply for all of the tuition rates. So that will apply for summer camp rates, intercession rates, all of our rates. Not that amount in terms of, if you look at the slide, the 50% or the 35% rate. So we have a weekly summer camp rate. So for the 50% rate currently now for summer camp, it's $140 a week, and it would increase to $210.
Okay, thank you. And then one thing that was helpful for me the other day when we were talking about this that might be helpful for everybody to hear is the process that in order to access the 15% discount, how does that happen? So what is I think about the burden on families. What do they have to do to get to that?
Okay. So there's a financial assistant application that they fill out and complete. And then with that, they submit support and documentation, either their W-2 or pay stub, and then it's verified, and they have to meet the 200% that I was mentioning earlier to be eligible for that discount. And then our office verifies and qualifies them, similar to the pre-K verification process.
So they're already submitting pay stub information. I guess I'm wondering, is there any reason that this couldn't be brought back to the work session in February for us with the sliding scales costed out, so the board has an opportunity to see all information? And it might be the case that we see that, and that's not what we want to do. We want to do 50% or 35%, but it feels like we're missing some information before we move forward.
You all tell us when in February registration begins for summer?
Our goal is February the 16th. 16th. And we can certainly, the latest will be.
Another materials that are put together for all these events.
Our goal is to open February the 16th. Yes, that's February the 16th is when we open.
Open registration.
Yes,
and
open
then
registration.
Take
February
some time to
16th.
put together all the.
Yes, because now we put everything together for our online registration and all of that to get all of that process and open up. And that's what we've been sharing with families, that we're gonna open up in February 16th.
Okay, so I was gonna add another clarifying question on that. So the request was around bringing a costing out sliding scales. I want to look at you, Dr. Lewis, and to your team to see if that was something that's feasible, or to the board to see if that's something that we'd want to be brought back, recognizing we're up against some time constraints here as well. So maybe start with board members. Is that something we want to see, sliding scales brought back, costed out? I see two, 3 thumbs, 4, 5. Okay. Dr. Lewis, is that something feasible for your team to bring that back?
Just want to remind the board, you're talking about the work session, right?
Yes.
And so that gives us, 3 working days because the next work session is February 9th, before we get materials to the board clerk. And that's also, and I'll let the you all respond as well, but also, taking into account, any type of weather may come on Monday as well. So the materials for the work session will need to be to the board clerk on February 4th, which is this coming Wednesday.
Would that be
Does that give you all enough time?
because I think that's
We're going to need time if we want to do it right. If you want a true sliding scale that has the high and lows, it's going to be important that we scale that out so that you can really see it. And so that's going to take some time for us to do it. And if we could have additional time, that would be great. And so if we have to push back, we'll just have to delay with our community the original date of February 16th. And so we could probably get it, I'm not sure based on the timeline. If the timeline is next Wednesday, then we would probably just need some time to do it because we're gonna have to scale those numbers and I'm gonna have to work with finance to ensure it's right.
And so you talked about and the ability to do that means it's going to push back our deadline for registration. And families are already asking about registration. So we should just be mindful of that, that summer camps are open now and people are doing their registering around where they want their child to be this summer. I saw lots of hands go up. I'm start with Ms. Rogers, Vice Chair Rogers.
I'm very appreciative of this presentation, and I'm glad that y'all are looking at the expenses. And I think, I don't think I said that before, looking at the expenses of this program. Families are looking to make summer enrollment decisions right now. But the best decisions that this board has made have never been rushed decisions. And the last time that I feel the way that I felt, I wish I had quoted what you all said about wanting to come in 2024 to request an increase, but didn't because of the climate of the district at the time, right? It is choices and options just like this one coming to us at the last minute that back us into a corner to make us feel like we have to make a rush decision. And I get that 3 days feels like a tight turnaround. After school care is a big deal. We got to keep it moving, right? But we can't do a 50% increase. And we haven't had an opportunity to, if we had had this conversation at the work session in January, we would have heard Ms. Chavez's idea about a sliding fee scale. We would have seen the points of the 35% and the 50% and been able to wrestle with it and really talk and engage the community that elected us to be in these seats. I know when I enrolled my kid in Durham Public Schools, I was looking to alleviate my daycare expense. And I looked at the schools that had the most affordable daycare expense. I looked at enrolling in a charter school, and after school care there is more than the daycare expense was going to be at that time. So this is an important part of being a member of the DPS community. But I don't like that the board is backed into a corner in the same way that we were on financial issues previously. And that's what this feels like. So I would strongly encourage my colleagues, Dr. Lewis, your staff, to get it together so we can do something at the February work session. If there needs to be another board meeting, we can talk about that. But yeah, that's all I got.
Ms. Byer.
I want to ask, I think I understand Ms. Chavez's focus on equity with pursuing a sliding scale. But what I would postulate is that it would be an increase of, we would bring a scale with an increase of 30% for some folks and 50% for other folks, or some model in these realms of mathematics. And I'm wondering if you all actually have the information from families that are within our system already to even model this. Do you know people's income? You only know people that have applied for the waiver. That's the only information we have to actually do this modeling within a week or two, right?
We do not have income to be able to, right.
So
It would be a projected scale model.
right.
Based on, it would have to be a projected scale model based on income data and the income range. And then, of course, we would scale it up or down based on poverty rates as well.
Do you know if we have any information from like the WITted program, the sliding scale we have for preschool? And maybe this is a very specialized question, like anything that could help us with information that we have that might be applicable. Otherwise, it does feel like without going to families that are currently enrolled, we don't ask income stuff of folks, right?
Right.
Unless they're, and we're not doing free and reduced lunch applications anymore. So anything we do is going to be a guess, a best guess, a model. And I just want to, maybe I'm wrong. Like, I want to be wrong. And we're still at the point where we're going to have to raise these fees, at least significantly for families, and give them a heads up that this is coming pretty quickly. So maybe there's a piece of that we need Ms. Cooper's help on getting this like blasted to folks so that they can give us all their feedback. I hate my fees are going up. Yeah, we hate it too. And we want to pay our folks more. So I'm just sitting here trying to figure out how y'all are going to do this modeling, which is really important, really equity focused, really would be great. And knowing I don't think we have the information that y'all need to actually model that, except to take some best guesses, I guess.
Go to Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. As you've heard from my colleagues on the board, you're the experts. You all are the experts at this. What is the best world right now of giving us feedback based on what you've heard that would help you move this and give the best for the families and the best for the board? Based on what you've heard.
The sliding fee scale, check with some other school districts, and they don't implement the sliding fee scale. I've, checked to try to see if that's something. They don't have a sliding fee scale. And after we had our board review, so checked into that. One of the things with that, when I say guaranteed revenue, even I understand what you're saying about families that can't afford more and looking at that, but being able to guarantee how many families, we don't know who's going to register or how many families that can pay more will actually register. And so being able to, we don't know if we're going to have 800 families that can be on the high end, or if it's going to be 1,000 families on the low end, and to be able to see where we're going to be able to meet to be able to get this $6.3 million, even with the sliding fee scale. So that's one of the challenges, not to mention to also be able to look at the income. We don't have what families make now. We don't know how many of our families and the percentages in terms of where our family incomes are. So those are some of the challenges that we will have to figure out. But I hear what you're saying, and we've looked into that. And I think that we will continue, we will explore that, not that we haven't, but that's the challenge that we are trying to deal with, looking at the guarantee to see, certainly we've heard that some families can pay more, but it's knowing who's going to actually register. We don't know how many families are going to register, and even though more can pay, there's no way to guarantee if those families will register each year and how many will not. So how do you guarantee that you're going to get that? Do you want to add anything, Dr. Dana?
And I wonder if we reach consensus on the 35% increase, and then next year after the 26-27 school year, we come back early and present to you a sliding scale where we can attain the information we need to accurately forecast. So we work within the 35% option. We bring back to you a robust plan with a sliding scale for implementation for the 27-28 school year. So it buys us some time for the 26-27 school year and allows us to come back where we can have a plan that has all of the feedback that you're requesting. So I'm see if we can reach a compromise here on that.
Thank you for that. The reason I pose these questions, because this sounds to me really like work session kind of conversation. And I hate to be in this kind of predicament that I gotta try to vote on something, make a decision that I would love to have more robust conversation about what we're talking about right now. So I'm gonna yield back to to my colleagues to respond a little bit to what they just said and see if we get any kind of movement on that to try to work this out or have to come back.
Thank you, Mr. Tapp, for that, and I appreciate y'all's proposal for compromise and next steps to move forward, so we can add option 3 to our list of options, right? Ms. Chavez had a question, Ms. Carter Otten have a question. I do want us to board to make a decision about how we're gonna move forward pretty soon here.
So I wanted to know, I think this is in here. How many use the 15% discount? How many families apply for financial aid?
For the 15%, 100, this year, 136 families.
Okay, out of
Currently,
1700.
yes.
36 out of 17.
Right, so right now for elementary, yes, 1767.
Okay. I think if that's any indication, it tells us some information. Basically, I do think, yes, looking at like income in Durham, I mean, we know, you can look at maps of the housing prices and everything, which is not totally indicative of, income, nor can you tell generational wealth, by that either. But, I think there are ways to gather some information that would be useful for a sliding scale. What I would like, so let me back up. I don't feel comfortable with the rate increases for the lower end of the scale, right, at this moment. I feel like it's a significant jump, and that's my biggest concern. But also I think I would like us to look to and collaborate with those who are most directly affected or involved in this. So I wonder if they're, families could share some of their input on would they be willing to, would some families be willing to pay more? What would a sliding scale, I don't know all the questions, but what would their reaction be to that? What do after school staff say, what about their programs? Sometimes they might hear mention of, from their parents anecdotally about what they think. But that's where I am. I do think your proposal is a reasonable one with the middle ground, but I would like more time to think about this. And so I would still, I would offer a motion to that administration develop a sliding scale model proposal that would allow us to allow after school to incur revenue that is similar to the current option 1. And then I guess the issue is still the work session or the later date, which would then push back summer camp. I don't want to push back summer camp registration. I realize parents are trying to figure that out and make their plans. At the same time, we're in a little bit of a bind now because it's January 29th. So I'm not sure where to go. So maybe my motion is not complete, but that's the part of it that I can make. That is, I would like to move to having a sliding scale model proposal.
Can I just add February 9th to your motion?
Yes, February 9th.
Second.
Can you restate your motion, Ms. Chavez?
I move that administration develop a sliding scale model proposal that would allow after school to incur revenue that is similar to the current option one by February 9th.
I still second.
Yeah, so, we need to make we need to make a decision about some options for this year, right? So we recognize your motion puts out a sliding scale of revenues close to option one, which puts us the most in the black, right? Or all in the black, I believe, for the upcoming year. It was seconded by Ms. Rogers, recognizing that that's gonna put our team in a tight position, but I think I don't sense any readiness to move forward with the board, so we're gonna need some more information for that. And I think please communicate with us around how much that evaluation can be done and what can be brought to us on the 9th. Would be my kind of additional discussion around that item, that motion. Any other discussion there? Ms. Byer? I'm sorry, Ms. Carter. Go ahead and then I'll go to Ms. Byer. I apologize.
It's related to the motion and kind of my thinking about data gathering. I was wondering if I hear the concerns about the time crunch. I guess I'm wondering if Mr. Barfield, being our human calculator here this evening, like as if you're thinking about developing a sliding scale, do this conversation about needing to know the income of everybody that's in the program before you develop the scale, is that accurate? Or how would you go about this? And what data might you use? And I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, but it seems to be something that you might be able to respond to.
Yes, as Dr. Denner mentioned, I think it'll be important for us to have the data from all of our current families to develop this. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing this without that information. Yeah.
So you would want the income information for all current families in order to build the sliding scale model to know what the top ends and the bottom ends and the proportions in each different categories.
I think that would be necessary to do this right. If not, we might find ourselves in a place where the program isn't able to sustain itself, and then we're having to loan that program money from fund balance, from local fund balance. Yeah.
Okay. That's very helpful to know. If it's not possible, then maybe not. I guess I'm still feeling frustrated because I understand that we don't want to put you on a time crunch, but what happens is then the board is pressed and like we're put in a time crunch, and that feels like something we're asked to, this happens over and over again. And it doesn't feel fair to us either to have to make quick decisions that have large implications like this. So
That's also a clarifying question on that. The after school program is a lottery. So the families that are in this year theoretically could or could not be in next year.
Correct.
So you also might need some like trend data around how many, like kind of what the makeup of that could be like each year to year.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And it might be similar. We just don't know. Okay. Ms. Byer.
I want to continue to reiterate what I thought I heard staff say. And that was that they would be able to look at projecting a sliding scale for the following year, but not necessarily have the information needed to reliably project that model and model that this year. And in that scenario, like I heard willingness to look at that after they know who will be enrolled and are able to ask really difficult income questions that they haven't ever asked of parents before, and see if that information is reliable to model with. And then I'm wanting to give you all the bandwidth that you've asked for to do that, and also minimize the potential tuition jumps for everyone. And that's why I'm more comfortable with the option that you all brought as option 2, which is what I think you all tried to minimize the hurt and to acknowledge that this will be challenging. And I'm not even clear, Ms. Chavez, in your motion, why you're more comfortable. I mean, I understand that we want to get completely out of the red, but the model that's option 2 actually has us just 100 grand in the red. And I also don't want us to back off on the modeling of raising pay for the employees that are working this job. And so, that's why I still like sit with the notion that if we need to make this decision tonight or at our work session in February, which is what families need to be informed about the fall, I very much think that like the bottom line on the option 2 might be a better place to model towards and minimizing the hit for folks, and you can take the couple days to figure out whether you could do a sliding scale or approximate something. If we did a sliding scale, what would a DSS voucher pay? Would it pay what would it pay? Do you know?
It would still pay on
Sorry.
the sliding scale.
You gotta come to, sorry.
I'm sorry. On the sliding scale, I would have to check into that because I would have to check.
Would you not want that to be proportionate to what it is now? And so, for instance, if now it's 20%, it seems to me it would only make sense if it was 20% going forward, which to my mind necessarily sets the floor for the bottom portion of the scale.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just still lack clarity, and I look to Ms. Chavez because it's your motion on what you are asking staff to do and why you're ready to you're essentially leaning into more of a 50% rate, unless I'm totally misunderstanding your motion. More of a massive jump for families rather than a more gradual. By going to the floor that you've gone to in option 1.
It would be a larger percentage increase for some and a smaller for some. So it would be over 50% for some. Less than that for others.
And you personally are comfortable with the 50% jump for families?
What do you mean I'm personally comfortable?
I guess, I don't know what I mean by that. You prefer a massive shift to folks rather than the option 2, which tried to make this less of a jump for everyone. Help me
That's not
understand
how
math. Help me understand. I'm asking and trying to understand.
That's not how I understood the motion. I understood the motion as her expectation is a sliding scale fee will bring the same revenue that the 50% model will, but won't, on the lowest end of the scale, be a 50% jump for people with lower income. So the jump for people with higher income that can pay more would be a little bit bigger to offset what can't be taken in, I guess, from the lower income families. So the total amount is divided differently. Right now, the model divides it evenly between all families, with the exception of a few that are getting the financial assistance. But in general, the baseline revenue that it brings in will match the 50% model value is what she's asked for.
Tiering income.
Yes.
Yeah, we're tiering income.
Right.
And so by tiering income, this will be new for our families. And then I don't know what pushback we might get from the community on the tiered income system, but we'll probably get, I don't want to forecast it, but I'm sure we would probably get input from that as well, a pushback, because we, again, it's an option, it's a choice for our families to enroll in these programs.
Well, I think another thing to consider for the board is, in order to guarantee the amount of revenue that we would need, it seems to me you would also need to create some sort of a quota system, because you'd have to have a certain number of high-income families, which would, of course, then limit the number of families that you could have on the bottom end of the scale. That would make, you know, the lottery process a bit more complicated and convoluted.
I'm sorry,
Go to
Ms.
Joanne.
Farrell Goff, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Chavez.
I just wanted to say that I would be interested in seeing that fleshed out based on the motion that's already on the floor. However, I'm also out of a culture of care, understanding that I would like to see it done well, and so would be interested in that for the next budget cycle. You know, something that we can look forward to, because we do want to be moving to systems that are more equitable. And so that is raising that. And then for now, and I also like looking at it based on the 50% model for the most revenue. And for now, knowing that we have to make this decision, I'm wondering if we can make the decision if that gives enough time for still being able to put out the information February 12th or whenever it opens up, whenever it's already scheduled to open up, just to have some time to sit with the fact that we're getting ready. And then, you know, and even it's public meeting now, to let people start to understand why we're grappling with this, acknowledging, you know, what people are going through, even when we know that sometimes we can't address it immediately, just the acknowledgement of the fact that it's going to hit our working families in a particular way. I would appreciate just having the space to make the decision at the work session on the 9th, of whether we're going to do the 50 or the 30, but 35. So that's where I am. So I'm thinking about our staff and administration and really wanting those numbers to be right too. So I don't know if we have the capacity to pull all that together in a few days. So
I'm gonna swing over to Ms. Chavez, and then we do have a motion on the floor. Ms. Chavez.
I just wanted to ask, okay, as far as the timing, if we're asking you to do these sliding scale models, and I'm okay, we came up with more than one model. You had said models, so, but my idea, like Ms. Rogers was saying, was that this would be revenue generating. Would you all prefer like doing it for the February 9th work session, which only leaves you a few days, being able to get summer camp registration opening as planned on February 16th? Or would you prefer to have more time to do the models and push back the registration?
I think I would prefer to have more time to get the models done and push back the registration. Because 3 days, if we have to get it by Wednesday, that's not enough. I feel as though we need a little bit more time to make sure we have time to get it the way we just need more time.
Then in that case, I would modify my motion to say by February 26th. Looking at wrong month. Yes, 26th. There is no February 29th. Thank you.
Your motion's been modified.
I accept, yeah.
I do also want to know for all of us that we've talked about wanting to see this and get feedback from the community first. So pushing it back February 26th actually probably means that we would want to make a decision in March, right? Because we want to make sure the public has time to see it, get feedback, and do that. I'm not advocating one way or another. I'm just wanting to be clear about one of the concerns today is that we didn't have time for that feedback. And so I just want to be honest about that part.
I will acknowledge that that is one of my concerns, but we've now had a public meeting about the fact that rates are going up. So rates are going up. I think we are all in agreement on that. It's by how much and at what point.
All right, so there's a motion on the table. Did you have something that was?
No, Vice Chair Rogers cleared that up. I was just concerned and wanted clear direction if we were to get feedback from the community, and then remind what would you do with that feedback if the community said don't raise the rates, and you having to grapple with that. But I think you cleared that up.
Ms. Carter,
I just wanted to clarify too, that I think what would be useful is not just some modeling, but for the board to see the research that y'all do in the coming weeks, and share with us the pros and cons, like present us with a full picture so that we can then weigh. You maybe you were planning to do that anyway, but just to be clear, I'm interested in seeing the model so we can weigh, but also where you gathered information from, what, how we show us that you have comprehensive information for us to make a solid decision. And again, we might land at one of the ones you've already proposed, but just so that we have everything at that point, we feel confident.
Yeah, and I don't think we expect y'all to run a survey or anything like a mentee survey for feedback on the rate increase. We're not expecting that kind of feedback, just that, hey, everybody, the rates are going up. They can contact us if they have concerns about the process or where we are, through email and regular public comment and however else they get in touch with their local school board member.
got a motion on the floor. There any other discussion from board members? Ms. Harold.
I just want to understand this motion. So,
Of course.
so it will be, so what the motion is saying is that administration is going to bring back a sliding scale model at the 50% rate and push back and take the time to do that and push back the date for summer camp registration until March? I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because I know families are
No,
they're
that's
just
an
making
excellent,
plans.
excellent question. It would push back that registration into March. We're not sure of that date at this point. Which is the same time that the after-school care lottery would also open in March. But I want to just clarify, Ms. Chavez's motion, I believe, is a scale, or should develop plans or models for sliding scales that would get revenue to the same place, 50%.
Right.
As a 50% option. Is Ms. Chavez making sure I got that correct? Okay.
That's my understanding.
Ms. Byer.
Is there a friendly amendment that is there, I don't see a model where rates don't at least go up by 30% or something, like where the floor goes up mathematically. So is there a friendly amendment that at least lets us let families know that these rates are changing and also doesn't have to push back the registration dates for camps, which which families are so desperate for, and push back the lottery for after school for next year? Because could see one scenario where staff actually can't bring a sliding scale for implementation this year, but actually need to do what Ms. Harold Goff says, and the staff actually asked us to do was explore it for the 27-28 year. So I'm actually trying to hold space for that being the most likely possibility. And also have huge discomfort with the notion that we're going to sit here and push these dates back arbitrarily when families are desperate for them, just like they were desperate for the calendars. So,
Calendar changes and this change are not arbitrary. They're based on the facts that we have in front of us and the information that we've requested.
I didn't mean to say that anything was arbitrary, Vice Chair Rogers. I am trying to see if we can go ahead and signal to families that at least the floor is going up so that they start to get, and that staff can continue to work models. And that's why I think they brought the 35 as an option. And even if this board would make a decision that at least stuff was going up by 30%, like something that would continue to keep stuff on time while y'all work through this, even whether the modeling's possible.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Carter next, but we do have a motion on the floor, and I want to move this discussion forward because we're getting a little squirrely in our options here. So Ms. Carter Otten.
I just wanted to check in to see when registration typically opens for summer camp, to see if this is dramatically different from previous years. I'm a parent of young children, so I'm looking at summer camps, and I thought I remembered that DPS was usually on the later end of summer camp openings, and while I always wished it were earlier, didn't seem like it was this early in the past. So is it?
February.
It's always opening in
We
February.
last year we opened in February, typically open in February.
And do you typically fill?
Yes.
Okay, so
We
it's not a matter
typically-
of,
We typically fill, and some sites have wait lists.
right, okay, so it's not that we might not fill this.
It may not,
spaces.
sometimes it doesn't feel, it's definitely not like after school, so it doesn't feel as soon as it open. But depending on the site, some sites feel quicker than others, and some weeks, because you have different weeks. So some weeks are popular weeks, so it's the variables are a little bit different. But yes, it will fill up definitely, probably by April, different weeks fill up very quickly. But some parents are right on it and they sign up for the entire summer as soon as we open.
Okay, thank you. That doesn't change my unreadiness to move on something tonight. I still feel comfortable delaying this for a couple of weeks, even if it means pushing the deadline back or the registration back.
All right, Ms. Chavez, can I have you read your motion again?
I move that administration develop, I'm just gonna make it plural, sliding scale model proposals that would allow after school to incur revenue that is similar to the current option 1 by February 26th.
Okay, so that motion has been on the floor. It was seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank y'all for that chorus of ayes. All those opposed say no, or you same sign?
No.
No.
All right, so the motion carries 4-3. All right, so we will have those proposals brought back to us. Please be in communication with us about what you are seeing as you're doing those models, so the board can be clear about what our decisions will need to be on the February 26th work session. I did. So the board can be clear about what our options are gonna be. If you're running into trouble as you're running models or proposals, communicate that with us so we can be clear about the expectations on February 26th. I think the other thing I heard loud and clear from my colleagues, and I would echo, is we don't want to be backed into the corner making any of these decisions. And we want an opportunity at a work session to talk this through and then be able to bring it to another meeting to make those decisions. I think especially when they have fiscal implications. And so we really want the time to really work through that, think through different options and models. So I just want to make sure we highlight that as well. Thank y'all. I apologize the hour is late, but thank you for this presentation and your work. We appreciate that. I'm sorry. Guys.
It's okay. I just wanted to say really quickly before we go to the climate and sustainability presentation. That's basically what I've been waiting for, so I have a ton of questions about it. But I also just wanted to say I second what Ms. Haragoff said earlier about making sure that our climate conversations don't just stay in presentations like this, making sure they're included in conversations about budget and other areas. And yeah, I'm excited to see this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have our folks come on up for the sustainability and climate presentation. We know this is a passion of yours because we've seen you at our podium talk about it many times. So we're excited for you to be here this evening.
Good evening, Board Chair Umstead, school board members, and Dr. Lewis. I'm Kenneth Barnes, Chief Operating Officer. Tonight, we will have a sustainability and climate action update by Ms. Devin Mitchell, our new interim Senior Executive Director of Capital Construction and School Planning, and Mr. DJ Lynch, our Energy Sustainability Coordinator.
Terrific, thank you. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Superintendent. So tonight we want to share with you both our vision for 2026, as well as take a step back and also look at where we've been and some of the great achievements that we've already accomplished as a district. Next slide. So we're going to start with some introductions. I want to just speak broadly about sustainability and climate action. And then we want to take some time to talk about where we started as a district and just do a broad overview. Then take a look at our accomplishments to date, and then take a look at what our next steps are, what we see on the horizon for 2026. Next slide. Okay, so for the purposes of our discussion tonight, we're going to be talking about two concepts. One is sustainability, and one is a climate action plan. Sustainability, for the purposes of this conversation, relates to our building construction and design approach, and how you construct sustainable buildings. And then the second component is our climate action plan, which is a more holistic plan that includes buildings, but it includes a number of other components that we think about when we think about green design and when we think about environmental responsibility. So speaking about sustainability, one of the important things that we think about is buildings themselves are massive polluters. If you're not aware, our CO2 emissions, 40% of them come from buildings. When we think about things like transportation, or when we think about things like manufacturing, they're significantly less. Manufacturing sits somewhere within around 25%, and transportation sits between 18 and 22%. So when we talk about buildings within the district and our strategy for our approach to design, we really are thinking about a very impactful component of our story. Secondly, when we think about building design, we're also thinking about sustainability from the standpoint of our students and our teachers. So this directly relates to health and healthful buildings. So in sustainable design, we touch on things like indoor air quality. We talk about thermal comfort. We talk about acoustics. We talk about materials that don't off-gas, that produce healthy buildings from day one. Those are all things that we want included in our district plan. And they sit separately from a climate action plan. And so there's one piece of our plan that includes that. And then the second piece that we think about is the climate action plan itself. And that is a more holistic, broad approach to address district performance as a whole. Okay, so obviously we think about carbon emission reduction, but there are a number of other areas that become important in a climate action plan. So things we haven't tackled. So things like recycling, food service waste, don't have a plan for that currently. Things like green infrastructure, wetlands management, things like that. Building those things are things that come inside a climate action plan. And then similarly, things like transportation fall within that as well. So in the past, we've talked about our fleet of vehicles, but we also, in a climate action plan, think broader about something like transportation. So to give you an example for that, recently our Safe Routes to School team has conducted a survey. In that survey,
57% of our families drive students to school. So when we talk about transportation and we talk about our fleet, we also need to talk about the story of the cars and the number of students being driven to school, talking about how we can improve that, right? If we have 15,000 students being driven to school every day, that's something very significant that relates to climate action. And so building in all of these additional pieces, things like custodial and maintenance related items, also things related to curriculum and instruction, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So next slide, please. So let's just talk for a minute about where we started. The district has made a long-term set of commitments to sustainability and climate action. Just to highlight some of the important milestones, in 2007, the city and county set the stage. They set goals for carbon emission reduction and for carbon neutrality. Okay, so that's really the benchmark moment where we started really setting goals. In 2015, the board made a resolution to reduce energy use intensity by 80%. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. If you can please advance the slide. Also in 2015, as part of that resolution, the reduction of greenhouse gases with clean renewable electricity. There was a commitment to solar to reduce energy usage. And there was also a commitment to STEM, to building in curriculum for students for clean energy jobs. In 2021, DPS brought on an energy optimization company, a consultant firm that has been tracking the district's energy usage and has also put together energy management software for tracking for the district and has pursued grants and rebates for the district. And that began in 2021. And then also in 2021, the board resolved to advance its commitment to clean renewable energy and to also advocate for purchase power agreements, community solar, and other policy with a goal for 80% clean renewable electricity by 2035 and 100% clean renewable electricity by 2050. Okay. And then from 23 to 25, we've continued a sustained commitment in a number of areas. We have rolled out EV charging stations. We have 42 EV charging stations in the district. We also were the recipient of the 2024 Electric School Bus Grant, which we have piloted and are in the process of rolling out. We also have a renewed commitment from the district to the role that DJ is playing, which is full-time energy sustainability coordinator. And he will be leading us through part of this process. So very important things that contribute to the success of the future of the program. But also when we think about the areas that we've contributed to, what we're really looking for today is a more comprehensive plan where we're touching on a number of things that we haven't touched on before and that really result in something that is significant, something that's realizable, something that we can, that's achievable for the district. And that's really what we're focused on today. If you can go to the next slide, please. So so accomplishments to date, next slide, we're talking about the time frame of 2016 to 2025. And on the next slide, so as it relates to sustainable buildings, the district has used a number of different sustainability products that are on the market for ways to achieve sustainability in buildings. The premier one in the top left corner is LEED. This is led by the U.S. Green Building Council. LEED was really the first organization in 1998 that started to set guidelines for materials, started to set a checklist for how we evaluate buildings. They're also the world's most widely used assessment system for buildings. The second kind of tier down from that would be the Collaborative for High Performance Schools. This is a program that is generally set and built around LEED. It's a little bit of a simplified version. And that particular program was bought by LEED in 2025. It has been a benchmark standard for K-12 schools for a number of years. They've also had rebate programs related to CHIPS, but that's something that we'll see in the future as part of LEED. But those are really the two kind of hallmark systems that we look at. There are a number of other systems here that you see. There is WELL and Green Globes and a number of others. The district over the last several construction projects has used a variety of these systems. They have not used one single system. And so that's why you're seeing the variety on the screen. 7 of our buildings have received some type of certification with the exception of Lions Farm. Lions Farm was designed to LEED but was not certified. And then our buildings that are upcoming, DSA is using Green Globes. Green Globes was designed in Canada, began in 2000, and has come to America over time. And then the WELL design program was designed in 2014 and just began rolling out in 2018. So LEED really leading the way in terms of sustainability in buildings. Next slide, please. So just taking a broad stroke look at some of the great achievements by the district over the last 10 years. And I won't touch on all of these, but in our HVAC area, we've had 26 upgraded school HVAC projects that were significant, 18 schools with new building automation systems, 11 new boiler projects with improved air filtration and indoor air quality. We have 55 new outdoor classrooms. And then, as I mentioned, EV charging, as well as LED. We've been rolling out LED lighting within our schools. We have 25 schools left to upgrade, but made significant achievements there. And then we have a number of schools that have come online that are solar ready. So Murray Massenburg, Glen Elementary School, and the new DSA will all be solar ready so that we could install those in the future. And then, of course, as we know, Lions Farm has solar installed. All right, next slide. And I'll let DJ talk about some of our energy goals and achievements.
Thank you so much. Tonight, I'll be presenting to you all the energy conservation savings and our renewable energy efforts. Yes, sir. All right. Can everyone hear me? All right, great. In reference to the previous slide, the district has achieved significant amounts of progress in our energy and sustainability efforts. Our continued energy stewardship has resulted in a 17% energy reduction in our energy or electric and natural gas usage over the course of the last 4 years. That is equivalent to 61 million pounds of CO2 avoided in our carbon emissions over the fiscal year of 24-25. To give you a visualization, that equates to about 6,456 emission gas-powered vehicles. This also is a testament to our commitment in systemic programming as well as our individual and behavior programming. Systemic, we have integrated our solar along with LED and motion sensor installations and upgrades along with our HVAC systems. Individual and behavior programming includes our energy shutdowns that we practice and are performed daily or monthly or throughout the course of the year with our operations and support staff during weekends and extended occupancy periods during the year, such as our winter, spring, summer breaks, along with our intersessions. Next slide, please. Additional savings and awards. The district has been awarded in 2024, the EV bus grant through the Clean Schools Bus Program through the EPA. That's $15 million grant. Assists us with the acquisition of our bus fleet along with our charging infrastructure. Currently, we have 2 buses that are in rotation, and we currently have 12 charging stations that are positioned at each of our bus depots. We are anticipating the remaining delivery of those vehicles in the coming months. In 23-25, we have, during that time frame, we have received energy rebates based on the completion of energy efficiency projects. That would include our LED lighting upgrades, EV charging station installations, new construction and HVAC projects. Through these efforts of our energy stewardship, we were awarded the Duke Energy Excellence Award. Next slide. As Devin mentioned, we are committed to expanding our solar footprint. At this time, we currently have 3 solar arrays on campuses. One, of course, is our rooftop array that is located at Lyons Farm. The 2 are freestanding arrays that are located at George Watts and Jordan High School. Though the Lyons Farm was actually through the district, and the George Watts and Jordan High Schools were through the NC Green Power Program, which is a 501c3 renewable energy organization that awards grants to K-12 schools. As we mentioned, we have and are continuing to research and identify potential grant programs that will support expanding our energy efficiency model. Next slide, please. As we mentioned, we are continuing the engagement to expand our energy program here and our renewable energy. Of course, we are participants in the Duke Energy Green Source Advantage Program. That is an interlocal agreement with us, with DPS, the City of Durham, and the county. That is a solar farm that will be located in Alamance County, managed by Quaker Creek. It will offset us by about 10% of our general energy usage, and it is estimated completion time is the 3rd quarter or the fall of 2027. In 2024, a solar feasibility study was completed, and at that time, the determination was that 25 schools were solar feasible, which means, in summary, what that means is current roof conditions can support installation of solar panels. The total cost to furnish is an estimated $20 million. Of course, that's at market value, and that can fluctuate at any time. If this was to take place, we're estimating a 26% energy reduction in our energy usage. However, we determined that the additional 32 schools could need to be further evaluated after the completion of roof repairs, replacement, and/or major renovations are completed. That does not mean they are not solar capable. They would just be, there would be options for alternative solar installations like freestanding, mounted, and canopy structures. At this time, I'm going to transition the remaining of our presentation over to Devin for a conclusion.
Thank you, DJ. Okay, so let's take a look at what's next, what's on the boards for 2026. If we take a look at the next slide, please. So when we talk about sustainability and sustainable buildings, there are a few things that we're thinking about. The first is our design standards. So moving forward, we as a team will move towards LEED Gold for all buildings. It's important that as we look at all construction and modernization projects that we do it through the lens of parity. When you look across many different systems, some are more comprehensive than others. And so you get a different product based on what you choose. LEED is a product that offers extremely healthy buildings for extremely healthy environments. And it really is the gold standard for the industry, and has been tested and has withstood the test of time better than all others, and is a great pathway for us moving forward as a way to, across all projects, follow the same set of guidelines for how we design for sustainable schools. The second piece of that is our learning environment guidelines. So while we developed our learning environment guidelines last year, we want to fold in some of that new information related to sustainability to make sure that as our design teams come on board, that it's very clear to them from day one that we have LEED and sustainable expectations for all of our projects. And then as relates to the capital improvement plan and the facility condition assessment, we have taken the information that has been gathered to date. So things like our PV and solar study that was done, also our LED lighting study that was done. All of those things have been folded into the capital improvement on a school-by-school basis. So as we've been developing cost estimates for each school, we have built in solar, we have built in LED lighting improvements, and a number of other upgrades that are aligned with our new goals towards sustainability and clean, healthy buildings. So those are important pieces that we're looking at. In addition, we do have some lessons learned from what's been done in the past. It's very important that from day one in any project, we're already looking at what our sustainability goals are. It's very hard to go back and retrofit projects. So to go back and retrofit, say, a DSA would be very difficult if you wanted to improve HVAC system performance or building envelope performance. It's very hard to design backwards. So if we do this from project inception and we've built it into the base product, then our cost estimating through every aspect of design, it's already built in. We're not value engineering something at the end. It was there from day one and built into the design. It's very important. Next slide, please. So this is the LEED categories. LEED, in case you don't know, stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. They have 4 ways that you certify. They have certified, silver, gold, and platinum level. We are aiming for LEED Gold for all projects. When LEED first began in 1998 and well into the 2000s, there was a period of time for ramping up by the industry where there was a significant cost associated with doing a LEED Gold building. Today, it's much different. Today, LEED Gold is more of an industry standard. We perhaps see more LEED Silver, but it is a very realizable goal for us, and it's something that can be built into our design. Some of the categories, there's energy and atmosphere, indoor air quality, location and transportation, location and ecology, but there's 8 categories. And then inside of each of those categories, there's a number of points that you have to work towards. Next slide, please. This is just a sample of the rolled up checklist that we use. And when we take a project from project inception, the pathway towards LEED certification is really held by the responsibility of our design teams. So while DJ and myself will both be doing an over-the-shoulder review of the project and making sure that we're achieving all of those points, it will be the responsibility of our design teams to actually implement in the drawing sets and implement in the design and walk us through the certification process as part of any modernization and new construction project. And that is common. That's how it's done today. It's built into their design fees. This is a very routine thing done today in construction. It's not a special ask. And so that will be our process moving forward, and we'll build that into our concept design all the way through construction documents as part of our process in construction and capital planning. Next slide. And then climate action. So in 2026, we would like to move towards a pathway that includes a climate action plan. And what you're seeing here are 8 sample categories of what a climate action plan might include. There are about 16 categories that we would generally be thinking about in a climate action plan. And this is something that we want to work through, goals that align with the district's long-term goals. And so this is something that we really envision as involving a task force that will help us fine-tune where we want to focus our energy. The climate action plan is something that should be a living document. So while we may start with a smaller set of realizable, achievable goals, it's something that we can build into over time and build more expectations and more goal setting for the district. Next slide. The Climate Action Plan development, we're recommending 2 different tracks for engagement. One is the creation of a Superintendent's Energy Council. And this is important so that we can align key strategies and also budget considerations if we fast track any projects that are separate from our larger modernization and new construction projects. And then also the creation of a Climate Action Task Force. That will help us really identify the key targets within the Climate Action Plan and help us drill down on some of the goals and how we achieve those goals in the Climate Action Plan. For the first group, we're thinking 6 to 8 district and city-county stakeholders. And then for the Climate Action Task Force, a very diverse group of stakeholders, 12 to 14 people that want to include district leadership, teachers and students, cabinet members, people from the board, city and county partners, so that we're aligned with their plans, and then also community members. Next slide. Okay. And then also just taking a look and highlighting our peer group. So we've been doing a great job. We're on a great track. Just to level set, we're in a great place. When we look at Wake County Public Schools or Chapel Hill Carborough, both have sustainable policies and clean energy goals, but they don't have a comprehensive climate action plan. The city and county have a more robust set of goals and plans, but also not a comprehensive climate action plan. So this is a big charge, a big move by the district, and a big commitment. And it's a great step forward for our district. Next slide. So talking about what we have on our agenda for the year. The first, of course, is the Climate Action Plan. In coordination with some of our other local partners, we have Duke students that we've already been meeting with that are part of a grant that are going to be coming on board with us in June. And then a group of students starting at the beginning of the fall school year that can help us in a variety of ways, whether it's building language for the Climate Action Plan, doing data analysis for us. We're really looking at kind of a broad set of opportunities for students to participate. There's also opportunity for some of our Sunrise DSA students to participate if there are students that want to volunteer. Second is the district-wide energy management dashboard. So we have had a dashboard in the past. It was managed through one of our consulting partners. And that is something that we want to reinitiate as a district and actually rebuild our dashboard and move forward with something that we can have on our website that's easily accessible by our community. So you can see how schools are doing and how they're performing on a regular basis. Similarly, the next point, our sustainability website. We want to do some refresh on our goals and on our community engagement related to the Climate Action Plan. The next one is the Capital Improvement Plan. So as I mentioned, we continue to overlay the goals that sit within sustainability and climate action so that we're accurately cost estimating all of our upcoming projects and accurately reflecting all of the important things related to energy and building performance. We also want to work on aligning our construction technical and design guidelines. So as part of any construction project, we have technical guidelines for everything that lives within a building. That needs to be tied back to our sustainability goals. So we'll be doing some updating on those documents for our consultant teams. We have the Sustainability Summit in March of this year that will be held at the Southern School of Energy and Sustainability in coordination with Dr. Rathbone's team. Later in the year want to bring to you a EV charging pilot program and policy rollout. So right now we have EV chargers in place that can be shared with our teachers and with our community, but that involves a broader look at how those systems get used, how fees get paid, and what our policy is related to when and how people can use those. But we would like to get those active and available for use this year. So that's something we want to bring back to you for review. We also want to continue our electric bus grant rollout, so we continue to move forward with that. And then finally, the Green New Deal resolution with our DSA Sunrise students. So we have a meeting scheduled with them next week to talk about the language in the Green New Deal. There are a number of areas where we can help with incorporating realizable and measurable outcomes from a Green New Deal. There are a number of broad ideas within that document that likely need some fine tuning. And I think that's something that we can provide some guidance and help to collaborate with them so that we can actually realize a Green New Deal with our students. But I think it will take a series of meetings, and we want to kick that off with them to help them achieve success as well, and also have it align with something that's meaningful for the district. And then finally, the next slide. So taking a look at what we feel is our action plan development process. So we've already begun some of our district interviews. So as part of the climate action plan, we need to reach out to all of the folks that are affected. So this includes maintenance, transportation, nutrition services, the entire spectrum, to really interview and understand what our teams are capable of doing and what's actually actionable for them. Before we sit down with a task force, it's best to understand the limitations and areas where our internal team feels like they can succeed. Then in March, we would like to begin the recruitment for the task force itself and send out invitations. In April, starting a kickoff for that team, and then from May through June, really looking at that master set of categories for the plan and starting to drill down on some of the goals within those categories with our task force. August to November, soliciting some public input and continuing those stakeholder meetings to make sure that as we drill down into the plan, that we are touching on areas that are meaningful to our community. And then August through November, doing those alignment meetings with the city and county. And I believe we'll actually have some of those individuals in our stakeholder group. So hopefully that's not something new that we arrive at with the city and county, and also with the board. So, and then thinking about the report happening sometime between November and January of 2027 with implementation and submittal to the board in February with a final presentation. And I think that's it. Next slide. So with that, I'll pause and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you all so much for this presentation and pulling it together so quickly when the board requested it at the work session in December. Very much appreciated. Colleagues, as the hour is late and this is a discussion item, I'm going to ask for us to do one round of comments and keep it to that. Anybody want to, y'all want him to go first? Is what you're telling me? Okay. Mr. Matthew.
As I said, I have a lot to share, so I'm probably gonna stick to like one or two things and then write this all out and share it with you all and you both directly. One of the first things I noticed was the discrepancy between the current resolution and that of the city and the county. I don't remember Durham Public Schools being 2035. We had thought it was 2030. Has that always been the case? Is that just a me thing?
Continue with your comments. We'll look that up.
Okay.
Can you be more specific? Sorry, I have the resolution open, so I wanted to
The end date of 2030 or 2035. The slides say 2035.
accomplish,
To accomplish 80% renewable energy by?
it's 2030.
Okay, that's what we thought. Second, you guys talked a lot about building sustainable buildings, and that's really important. One thing I didn't see much mentioned is energy management, which was what we had the site logic contractors for. with those people not working for DPS as of now. What does the future look like for monitoring energy use, preventing energy waste within existing buildings?
Yes, so we are going to have an energy management dashboard, similar to what was generated by SiteLogics, where we can continue to monitor. So we will see something very similar.
Mhm.
We will continue that pathway.
So will we have anyone like with the SiteLogic contract, we had 2 people. Will we have anyone with like a full-time focus on energy management?
Not just to energy management, so that we can achieve our broader goals as
Okay.
well.
One more thing, the city and the county, both included that, like a, struggling with the word, side note that like they wouldn't be able to, that their accomplishing of their climate goals were dependent on Duke Energy, doing their part. With recent political stuff, they've shown that they might not be able to do that. Is Durham Public Schools doesn't have that language in our resolution. Is Durham Public Schools committing to having 80% renewable energy by 2030 or 2035, and then 100% by 2050, regardless of what Duke Energy does? Or is it the same reliance on Duke Energy?
I think we would need to investigate a little bit further with Duke Energy. Obviously, our commitment, we want to honor that commitment. If there is some complexity related to Duke Energy, then I think that's something we want to navigate and negotiate. We have been actively engaged in conversations with the city and county to understand their goals and to make sure that we're aligned with them, and also to understand lessons learned, so that as we move forward, we're moving forward with the best possible knowledge. And they have been doing a lot of implementation. And I think there's a lot to be gained from that relationship. So we will continue that.
Okay. I have one more thing before I start getting into like random specific things.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to correct. I made a mistake earlier and spoke too soon. It's actually 2035.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we were told, I specifically heard from Ms. Owens that like climate action planning has been in the works for a little bit, but from like the presentation, it looked like we're starting in January. Was there anything that was done at all in 2025 or earlier regarding climate action planning?
So in 2025, we really set out with a timeline to start this year. However, we did start through preliminary planning. We have a preliminary outline of what we think will belong in the climate action plan, but it does require engagement. And so we've done kind of those pre-steps. We've also studied and gone through ideas about engagement and how our engagement process will work, because we think that's a very collaborative thing, and we want to make sure that we have a number of tools that we can use to help educate people as we make decisions. So all of that has been done to kind of set the stage for this year. So I think we're in a good position to make it happen in 2026. And that's the pathway from 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, anybody else have any thoughts, comments, questions? Ms. Chavez?
Thank you so much. Great presentation. I appreciate all the collaboration and especially the collaboration with the students. And nice to see you in this capacity as well. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Errol Goff?
I just want to say that I was excited to hear about the meeting on February 4th with the Sunrise. I think it's my understanding this is the first time that they'll be meeting with administration. So
Yes, and we have a number of goals that we want to achieve with them. So I think it's going to be an exciting time for them to express things that are issues and concerns for them, and us really helping them dive into how do you get to something actionable. So I think it'll be a real learning process, but also an interesting collaboration with what is on the forefront of our students' minds. So very excited for that.
Ms. Carter Oden?
Just very quickly, but just wanted to express gratitude. This is really excellent. So grateful for your work and all that you've put into this presentation tonight, but all the planning, and excited to see what comes from this. Thanks for partnering with the students and the city and the county, and for helping to explain it in a way that helps us understand the work that's been done and the work that's before us still. So thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Byer?
So I can't come to this without deep appreciation for you all and the work you've done. Deep appreciation for former board member Alexander Valladares, who was a leader in sustainability and has a heart for this, and drove a lot of the work and resolutions and hopes for like a green bond. And hoping that as you all are doing bond planning for this year and CIP work, that this will be woven together with the values that our students have represented with such urgency. And so, and I want to kind of acknowledge like deep gratitude to these student activists, because, and also like, if I were them, I'd be frustrated that we haven't done more, because we did pass resolutions and we did say we were going to do better, and we've done some stuff, but I think it's important that they be at the table to continue to lift up that urgency. It is the driving issue, or one of the major driving issues for their future. And so their voices are going to be so important within these spaces. And any question yet, any answers yet on how electric buses do in cold weather in North Carolina? Has anything we've learned from the 2 buses we have? Can they handle snow and ice?
Very good question. I don't know if we've received any comments, Ken?
I think last time we talked about the heat in the summer affects the mileage, and the cold does as well. And so I don't think we have measured any data from this cold spell that we have now, but that's something we can definitely go back and look at.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
Anybody else? Ms. Umstead?
I'll just add a appreciation for the presentation as well. I won't spend too much time, but I do know there's multiple student groups who've been thinking about sustainability. So I know we uplifted Duke students and Sunrise, but I know there's a Sustainable Schools Coalition and some other groups. Will y'all be partnering with all of those different groups?
I certainly think we should conduct the outreach and see if we get some participants. Yeah, absolutely.
Got one willing one here. I don't want to volunteer.
Yeah,
Can I give my comments? Because I said one go round. It's okay. They said thank you, so I won't. But thank you. I don't know if my question's for you all, for Dr. Lewis, but the recommendation is for the climate action plan to come in February 2027. The climate action plan comes in February 2027 and has some fiscal needs and some other things that's too late to be included in the budget. So how do we think about that and make sure that we're not in the same position when it comes to taking climate action in the next fiscal year as we are on aftercare this year?
So I do think we'll be in a position earlier than that to make some recommendations to make sure that we have something built into the budget. So I think that is highly possible. I also think that it does line us up well for the bond and rolling out projects. So if we receive funds related to the bond in November, at the point at which we start to roll out RFPs, we already have a very comprehensive plan that's built in with all of the requirements that we need. So I think we can address the budget and we can put something forward, but we're also building a plan designed for what's coming as well. So absolutely.
I just need to know if you wanted a work session or a board meeting.
That's already been said, but the work session, obviously. Anything else, colleagues? Ms. Umstead, I'll hand it back over.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I was just gonna say, I'm in the Sustainable Schools Coalition. I know we don't have like as much infrastructure as Sunrise does, but like especially Miss Owens has like hammered down all of the points in the climate resolution, and we've also done a lot of research just on what it takes to implement that. So we'd have we'd happy to be included on any of these conversations. Emailing me, Matthias Matthew, or Rachel Owens, who's our teacher advisor, would be probably the best way to get in contact with us.
So we will take you up on that and lean into your knowledge and finding a pathway where we can get the word out. We're happy to hold a meeting just with students to start to build awareness of some of the challenges, but also talk about the possibilities. And I think it would be great to start to engage with you early. So we're happy to build out whatever that group needs to be.
I know there's also different focus areas as well, but we have a group at Riverside and DSA as well. We want to make sure we include
Okay,
students, group of students.
beautiful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much for the presentation and all your hard work.
Thank you.
Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is our closed session. We do have reasons stated here on the agenda.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Chavez. We go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Again, to our folks who are watching us tonight, we will not be streaming after closed session. Thank you all so much for joining us. 2-hour delay.